held every year. And we feel this is the only opportunity where we get to have a huger number of students. We interact, give you tips here and there on how to excel in your exams, but also give you highlights or hints on, trending topics. You also get to meet people that can help you along the journey as you get into employment, for those that are not employed already, or even those who are already in employment. So this is a platform where we want to interact as much as possible, network, talk to the people that you haven't seen before, talk to the members that are within the room, and see how they can support you along the journey. I'm not here to speak today. I'll just take you through the program. At this juncture, I'd like to welcome Charlotte Kukunda, who is the head of ACCA Uganda, or the country manager, to kick us off with our program. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for coming this morning. And I'd like to acknowledge those who came at the planned time. If I had a way out, I would have recognized the first participant this morning. Whoever was registering, kindly identify the one who came in first, so that they leave with something to acknowledge their effort and meeting the timelines. Our first speaker this morning mentioned something that if there are 2 or 3, I'll go ahead and speak. So that speaks to the importance of us keeping time. That said, you'll notice that we've already lost the first hour, more or less. So it means we are likely to stretch past the time that we had promised to complete the day's program. But I'm also looking forward to what an enriching experience we are going to have. This summit 2025 is themed Be Bold and Maximize Opportunities, because opportunities are quite broad. From where we sit, we've talked about employability, we've talked about career progression, but we would like you to be very open-minded and think of opportunities in whatever sense that is going to be presented this morning. I have been introduced just in case there are people who do not know who is who at ACCA. I would like to reaffirm my name is Charlotte Kukunda, and I'm the country manager at ACCA Uganda. It's a team of 4. So that you're privileged that this morning or this afternoon, if you have any question that you need to ask someone at ACCA, everybody's here. The office is not necessarily closed, but we are all in this place. So you be bold enough and ask for whatever it is that you would like to get clarification on. We have about 10% of the whole student base registered to be in attendance. And that also is to acknowledge that we have an online community which will be following the discussions. So we appreciate you for taking time off today to be part of the summit, because without the numbers or without participants, then the summit wouldn't have much meaning for us. The reason we came up with this idea is we've moved more to virtual engagements, and you'll notice that we no longer have as many. For those who have been on the student journey for a while, you'll notice we no longer engage you face-to-face as we used to do pre-COVID. So we made sure as Uganda we have that one day that we can have all students that are willing to be present to engage and connect with you. Connect, hear you, and actually have an opportunity to brainstorm on the issues that are currently affecting yourselves, either for progression or any other business. Now, when we shared with you the program, we had taken a little bit of effort to look at all the questions that have been coming through from the ones who register. And I know inductions have been done, but we also wanted to look at those who have been on the journey, either level 2 or level 3, and they might need these insights into whatever it is that is going to make them the future accountants that we would like them to be. So I would like to appreciate all the speakers that have agreed to facilitate this morning's and this afternoon's sessions. And we already have 2 in the house, which is really exciting. I would like to acknowledge that they've not only studied ACCA and become members and excelled in their spheres of influence, but they're advocates. When I say advocates, these are people who have rooted for ACCA, either students supporting those who have already become accountants in their workplaces, and they are supporting both students, members, and generally the organizations that they operate in. So for that, we'd like to appreciate them, and I would just call them out in terms of who is already in the building. I am personally looking forward to Stephen Kasenge, who is a fellow and the Global Strategy Director of ACCA Wealth Management. You can Google it. I will not trouble myself because he'll speak for himself much better. And he'll be addressing for us trending topical issues, focusing on definitely sustainability, AI, and talent, because ACCA for the last 3 years has been rotating around those because they are the drivers of a lot that the future accountants and the current accountants are dealing with. Thank you so much, Stephen. We look forward to having you. We will have Valentine Ojangole, who is a fellow as well, and the chief accountant at Bank of Uganda. He comes off as very strict in a nice way, because we've been told, or when we engage with the Gen Zs and some later millennials, there's this thing about you that you think things are going to change for you. He'll be telling us how you can leverage. Yes, they will change for you. They've already changed, by the way. But he'll also be taking you through the lifelong learning and how it can unlock for you the global market opportunities. We keep hinting global, because the reality is you're global citizens. Be relevant locally for the local market. So for whoever is completing, kindly go ahead and do the CPA required papers, and thereafter have both local and global recognition for whatever opportunities are presented to you. We would be cheating ourselves as ACCA if we had you in this room and we do not go ahead and address exam issues. So we will have one of our senior or expert tutors, Lanre Sosanya, from Matt Abacus, our ALP Platinum, who will be giving us a guide on exam success, a guide on constructed response questions. And we'll definitely have our own Martin Mwebia. He will be online. He's an ACCA staff to share with you resources of enabling students to pass. What ACCA focuses on when you're still a student is your progression. You can talk about anything else, but unless you progress, we don't feel satisfied. So your progression through the exams and then through the career converting from affiliate to member is our concern. At that point, when you become a member, we shall have a different discussion. So don't think of CPD. You can do training because learning is continuous, but that is not your concern right now. Our concern with you is your progression. So our innovation journey has a lot, and I'll not go into that because Martin will mention it. But in terms of some of the highlights for this year, I mean financial year for ACCA, which is ending March, please note that when we had our summit in February last year, we were talking about mentorship, and we launched this program, and it has yielded very good results. We have so far onboarded 2 cohorts. The launch in April brought on board about 90 students being mentored by 25. And I'd like to commend those who onboarded. I can see a few faces in the room. Well done. I hope you got value. This is to also encourage those who will be coming in the next cohort, because we completed the second cohort, that please give it attention, because these members that offer themselves as mentors are giving you a lot of value in terms of your progression. We also have a student scholarship, which is in form of a refund of your fees, exam fees, tuition fees for the next paper, if you get 75 in an exam and above. So for those who know, I'm sure of this paper, please go ahead and apply for this scholarship. It is achievable. We've had in the last 4 sittings, between March 2024 and December 24, we had 19 Ugandan students get this scholarship, and we were proud of that because I think we're the best performing country at that. We've also registered very good progression. Yes, some papers are still struggling, but I'm saying this so that someone who is on the journey and feels this thing is not working out, actually some people are getting it, and it's important that you engage with others and not struggle alone. We celebrated a global winner, paper winner in performance management in September 2024 sitting, and for us that was showing how intelligent and capable or how global we can actually compete. So without going into details of, those are some of the highlights for students that we've had, which I felt were important to share with you. So as I conclude, I would like to encourage you to engage. We had our one of the top affiliates last year at the summit who was speaking, and she's right now on a 1-year internship with the World Bank because she emerged the best from the team that was competing. Each country was supposed to send in the top 3 performers for that season, and we had at least one. So within Africa, we are proud that we had one who managed to benefit from that opportunity. We continue, though, locally to place you, those who approach us, share with us your CVs. We continue to place you within the employers that request for these CVs. So do not shy away from sharing with us if you know that is the area you're searching for. It could be entry-level, internship, or early placement workplaces, or rather work opportunities. So do not shy away from engaging us, and let's see what we can do together. So as I wind up, I would like to thank you once again, 1 for coming, because you've given us value for the event, and 2 for being here on time, for those who are here on time, and definitely for the speakers that are already here and are going to give us value. Kindly clap them because there's not much we can do in terms of appreciating them. Very highly experienced, and they do a lot. What you see here is work of about 12 plus hours, trying to get value for you. And finally, my team, or the ACCA Uganda team, which is quite engaged right now, but for putting this together, we really need to appreciate them for making an effort to give you value this morning. Thank you so much for listening to me, and without further ado, I'd like to welcome Stephen Kasenge to speak to us. Stephen, I think you are given an hour, including question and answer. And it is now your turn to fit within that time. It is going to show.
Everyone, good morning. Let's get up and have some fun. You can step away from your seat. You can get in the middle. We are going to just warm up. Let me ask this gentleman here, come and help us. You follow him. Whatever he does, make sure you do. Aha. Okay?
Good morning. One, two, three, begin. Thank you.
Just introduce yourself.
My name is Otim Alexander. I'm one of the ongoing students of ACCA. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You can have your seats. This morning, as I was preparing to come here, I thought about how I remembered my journey, ACCA journey, back then in 2001. I started on my journey in 2001 and graduated in 2003. But then Uganda didn't have as good facilities as it has now. I was studying at Strathmore College in Madaraka, for those of you who are familiar with Kenya. And I finished my ACCA there. I could only imagine the journey you people have to make. And I used to work at the same time in PricewaterhouseCoopers at the time, so would go for block release for about 10 weeks and concentrate on the exams and pass. As I was given this topic, be in the know. Be in the know, trending topical issues. A focus on AI, sustainability, and talent. I've tried to capture some of the things that are happening now. You could identify with one or two, but you can see what is happening in the world now. There's somewhere digital theory, there's mental health, there's soft gig economy, diversity and inclusion, soft skills, multicultural work environments, too many things. And I must say, you guys are very strong people. You're a resilient lot. Because when I was starting to work, I didn't have to deal with all this. All I was studying to be was an accountant. But you must be an accountant in the know of majority of these things. You must know what are flexible education pathways. What is remote learning? You should not only know, but you must be involved. You're fortunate that the world is moving at such a disruptive speed. So what do we know now? Complex work demands. Increased demand for skills. Complex life demands. Relationships are much more complex than they used to be when I was growing up. Because you don't have to see the person. Someone wants you to chat 24/7. Those are the relationships you people have. Someone will tell you, you have not checked on me in 2 hours. They want you to do a by-minute check on them. Let me remind you, or let me tell you, that when myself and Valentine were growing up, and you had a girlfriend in Namagunga, you'd write a letter at the beginning of term, and it would come at the end of term, a response. And then you will have to respond next term. So when I talk about complex life demands, you guys, you cannot send a message and someone spends 5 minutes without responding. It's a volatile business environment. You all know it. It's a world full of disruptions. We have digital lifestyle and ever-present digital threats. The other day, my wife walked to Stanchart, and someone had been buying things on her account. And the bank told her, you've been buying things from Amazon. And she said, no, I never use my account for Amazon. Digital threats. People can steal your identity and take advantage. I had a very popular LinkedIn account. I had a very bad experience. Then I was so busy last year, and I took a break off LinkedIn for about 6 months. When I came back to look up my account, it had nothing. And all my details, there's a Mzungu in California, had all my details. She just got the account and put her name. And she had too many followings because of that. She was in real estate. And I kept on wondering, where did I go wrong? But because of my busy nature, and I made a resolution to get an assistant for all I do. Where's my assistant? Stand up. Alima, she's right there. Because they sent me an email in August and said, do you want to change your account? Someone has put in a request to change your details. Please respond. I did not respond until January 2025. Guess what? For that time, she rided on my hard work and built clientele and made money. So I went back to LinkedIn and I wrote to them, and the account was reinstated back to me. I had value. I never realized that I had value. People out there in the world were seeing the value. This is what I talk about, digital threats. Artificial intelligence and its progressive role in our lives. Most of you just talk about AI. But AI is real. I'm going to share an example. My wife is in fintech. So this year, she said she wanted to do a course at Harvard. So she started in January. So it was a 6-week course. Now, too much information, too many case studies. So my 11-year son comes and says, Mommy, these days you're too busy. And she says, yeah, I have to read. It's too much to read. And then my son tells the mother, Mommy, in this world, it's never too much. Everything has a solution. And she says, what? He says, okay, Mommy, bring your phone. And she checks the phone and says, yeah, you have ChatGPT, and you on 4.0 now. Mommy, you're up to date. Good. And picks a document of 76 pages and posts there and says, summarize for me the document. A 1-pager comes, and my wife says, wow. 11 what? Years. Guess what? These guys are coming into the economy to compete with you. What must you do? We must make sure that we are bulletproof. Business disruption. Who remembers? Oh, most of you have grown up in the time of Uber. We used to have a taxi man. Special is what we used to call them. Well, I know there's an app called Special, but we used to have a taxi man, not taxi man, we used to call it a special man. You would have his number. He would take you wherever you would like to go and bill you. A trip of 20,000, he would ask for 50. Now, Uber came in and disrupted that business. And I remember every area used to have a special stage where there would be about 10 to 15 small cars, and they started fighting Uber. Whenever they would see someone parking and looking strange, they would fight them. But have they lasted? Who remembers this? A camera. When we were going to school, we had a school photographer. I don't know if you remember. Do you relate? The man would come, take photos over the weekend, and he tell you, give me 2 weeks. And when you give him 2 weeks, he brings back the photos. Everyone is excited. If it is social or events. Today, you get the photo, some of you take even 10. Twa. Doesn't look nice. Ta. Doesn't look nice. Ta. That one. And you post immediately. There's integration of technology. Environmental disruption, you've heard about the fires in California. Here you heard about Kitezi. We need to be responsive. There are many disruptions. And these cost money, they cost time, and cost us a lot of resources. Social disruption, everyone remembers COVID. You remember streets like that? I'm sure most of you were around during COVID. Our streets were like that. That famous voice of 21 more days. Therefore, after sipping the porridge, he would say, 21 more days. Those days are still there. And they can still exist. And a lot of disruption has happened. I used to have a business during COVID. It was a boutique hotel, a bar and restaurant. It was in Kololo. And we made a lot of money from expatriates. Because we were in Kololo, and they would just walk to the bar. They would spend most of their time there because they were not allowed to go to work. And cars were not allowed to move. So some people would come in and stay in Kololo so that they spend time at my place. So there's been a lot of social disruption. Education disruption. Before, I would never give you an example. That my wife, she's at home, but studying where? At Harvard. When you talked about Harvard, you would have to go to Harvard and study, then come back. But there's been disruption. You can relate to this. Everything you can get. As we are here now, there are people online. They're listening to us. Throughout the world, everyone can be able to log in. You can study whatever you want because of the disruption that has happened. Let me talk about the changing work dynamics. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to tell you, I would like to announce that in the year 2030, Generation Alpha will be officially at work. The guys who have grown up with the computers, the guys who have grown up with mobile phones, the guys who have grown up in the digital age. And guess what? Baby boomers are retiring. So that space that has been created by baby boomers retiring will be replaced by the Gen A, Alpha. The Gen Zs, you have had a little bit of everything, but when the Gen Alphas come into the workplace, things are going to change. Work dynamics are going to change. This, how have organizations responded, and how must you respond? There's going to be, as you see, sustained talent demands. You need to be multi-skilled. You cannot just say I'm an accountant. So what? I remember I did Bachelor of Statistics, and we were the guys who would be able to do analytics. Right now, as an accountant, you must be able to do analytics, business analytics. I don't want to just receive from here profit and loss. I want to know what it means today, what it meant yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Every data that you have, I want to get an analysis out of it. So, the Gen Zs and Gen As are coming into the workplace. So what does it mean? Me, as a Gen, I don't know which Gen I am. Charlotte, I'm which Gen? I'm a millennial. Is it? Yes. If I'm a millennial, I've got to prepare. These guys are coming in. They're spending most of their time on the computer. They play video games with people in America. They have conversations with friends in the UK. They can speak Japanese because they have apps that can translate from Japanese to English. For you, you don't even know a word in Japanese. There's going to be intense change. And intense change comes with fatigue. Intense change comes with what? Fatigue. Rapid technology innovation. The company that is going to be the market leader in 10 years is not even existing. Can you think about it? The market leader in 10 years does not exist. Can you imagine? Who knows a company called NVIDIA? Oh, you guys. Who knows a company called NVIDIA? What does NVIDIA do? Who has the microphone? I'll help you with this. What does NVIDIA do?
So NVIDIA makes GPUs. We call them graphical cards, whereby the computer is able to, I don't know, it's like the brain of the computer, these chips. Just to put it simply. So it understands everything. It runs everything. Yes.
NVIDIA, who can give another? NVIDIA, who has another precise explanation of NVIDIA? Or Taiwanese semiconductors. These are companies you've not heard about in the last 10 years. But they're now a real thing. They have game. They're game changers. That means even in 20 years, 10 years, the market leader is not here. It's not yet incorporated. But people are busy working out ideas. And a lot of money, as you're going to see later on, a lot of money is going to be generated out of these new ideas. Yes?
Can I talk about TSMC?
Yes. Talk about SMC.
Yeah, okay. The Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company.
Speak up, please. You have a microphone.
Okay, the TSMC is Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company. Yeah, it's based in Taiwan. So it was set up around 1988. Okay, it specializes in the manufacturing of semiconductors. So it gets designs from different companies around the world. NVIDIA is involved, the Qualcomms, Broadcoms, all those. So for it specializes in the manufacturing, and it has a grip on the market of around 97%. So it has such a stronghold on the market. Of course, currently, okay, it was majorly based in Taiwan, but it has built other factories in Arizona and USA.
So these two companies are behind the AI revolution. They provide the semiconductors, those things that are powering AI. And good enough, we are going to look at AI in detail so that you can be able to appreciate what it is and why it is a big thing and why you must immediately change your ways to appreciate what is happening in the world. Artificial intelligence at work. How do you define AI? AI is a collective term for computer systems that sense their environment, think, learn, and take action in response to what they are sensing and their objectives. We use AI as digital assistants. Some of you have seen it. Chatbots and machine learning, among others. Yeah? There's what we call automated intelligence. Automated intelligence, we automate manual or cognitive and routine or non-routine tasks. Assisted intelligence is where you help people to perform tasks faster and better. AI helps you to perform tasks and better. You remember the example I gave for my wife? If I have to read 90 pages to just get a summary, a meaning. AI can help me. That is assisted intelligence. Then augmented intelligence to help people make better decisions. Are we there? This is all AI. Autonomous intelligence, this is automating decision-making processes without human intervention. For example, that autonomous car. How many of you have sat in an autonomous car? How many? Have you sat in an autonomous car? The car without a driver, a human driver. It also happens in an aeroplane. There are bits of an aeroplane where they get and put it in autopilot because it knows the conditions and all that. Then it can be able to move because without human what? Intervention. And if you had air crashes for Boeing, it's because a mistake was made on the programming of the nose. When the nose would dip, it means the plane has got to increase altitude. But there was a mess with that, and that part of that aircraft that was made by Boeing, it is a 37X Max, got many crashes last year because of that, the programming of that, the autopilot. And when the autopilot takes over, it was very difficult for a human being to take control of the plane. So, because of that, AI is already applying in autopilot, sometimes in warfare, drones, like Suleiman, who was killed in Iran. He was just getting out of the airport, and a drone identified his car in the convoy, and the missile eliminated his vehicle. That is all what? AI. For you, what are you doing with AI? I want you to reflect. Are you even aware of what it can do? Or you're just seated and you're just saying AI, AI, AI. You understand? Do you stop at that? Or you've gone on to investigate what can you do with AI? Yeah? As humans and machines collaborate more closely, AI innovations come out of the research lab into the mainstream. The transformational possibilities are staggering. You cannot believe what AI can do. You imagine, before, if they wanted to eliminate Suleiman, America would deploy a whole army with tankers, missiles, and all that. But that warfare, they just planted a drone, a machine that is almost smaller than you, with a missile. And it made sure there's no collateral damage. They went for the person they wanted to do what? To kill in the convoy. That is AI and machines. I would like you to pay attention to this because this is going to help you. You as a human in the loop, and then there's no human in the loop. Are we together? Now, this is called hardwired stroke specific systems. This is assisted intelligence. Here, there's a human in the loop. Here, no human in the loop. Are we there? AI systems that assist humans in making decisions or taking actions. Hardwired systems that do not learn from their interactions. The systems do not learn from their interactions. They are guided by human beings. Are we there? We can have AI where there's no human in the loop and where there's a human in the what? In the loop. This is assisted intelligence. You're the one to use it. For example, I can have a robot. to mark your papers. I tell it, if someone responds like this, give him 1 mark. If he responds like this, give him 2 marks. If he does like this, even the AI now that we are using for reading, you're the one who is controlling the AI. You keep on telling it what you want. You give it a whole document, but there must be a human being in the thing. That is in the chatbots that most of you use. You must enter the information. Just having it on your phone is not enough. I saw, now there's an app where you show food on a plate. And you just take a photo and they'll tell you how many calories are in that food. You just take a photo, tap, put it in the app, and they'll tell you 471. There's a human in the loop. Now, there are what we call adaptive systems, augmented intelligence. Those are AI systems that augment human decision making and continuously learn from their interactions with humans. Are we there? The other ones do not learn from humans much as they interact with humans. The information is almost there. These learn from humans. And it can tell you, for example, if it was augmented, because it learns from humans, it will say, what is the maximum number of calories a person of 71 years can eat? Okay, you, 25. And then it says 420. The moment you put a plate of 500, it says, come on, boss, you're overeating. That is augmented. What's wrong? Again, I would like to say that it's a very good time to be alive. And you should thank God that you're at your age, at your prime. You can do so many things. I wish I could be young again. I wish I could be young again. Again, I would like to relate it to value. The top 8 companies, most valuable companies, are all technology companies in the world. Meaning, it's time to eat from your hard work and from your brains. And guess what? No one has autonomy over being creative. We too can be creative. We too can be what? The issue is we do not spend time thinking about solutions to our problems. It's only now that DOGE has come in, Department of Government Efficiency, and they've cut off aid, left, right, and center, that people are now bothered. And then you're thinking, some of you have parents who are unemployed right now because of high dependence on other people. Guess what? We have brains. Some of us are smarter than the smartest guys there. How come for us we go to school? I've always wondered. We go to school very early at 6. We come back 6 a.m. Some of us are supposed to be at 6. We come back past 8. We do homework and sleep at about 11. We have 0 innovations. The guys who go to school at 9, leave school at 3:30, 4, they do other things. They're the ones who have innovations. Why? It's not that we are not smart. We are smart, but we've simply not utilized our resources. So, human interaction with systems. No human interaction. Automation. Automation of manual and cognitive tasks that are either routine or non-routine. This does not involve new ways of doing things. It automates existing tasks, like dispensing money at the teller machine. It's routine, isn't it? It's going to be automated. In about 5 years, you will not have a teller job. Where they have 100 jobs, you will have 20 or 10. Can you imagine? Your job is to be a teller. When I'm driving at the expressway, I wonder why we need human beings behind to collect money. When we have mobile money, we have a lot of digitalization. Just pay, the plate can be picked by the camera. If I've not paid, I will not pass. The gate will not open. Elsewhere, when you go abroad, there are cameras on the streets. Road tolls are manned by nobody. There's just one person. But here you find a road toll, like 15 people are seated there collecting money. How? In this day and age? So, if you're studying now, what is going to give you competitiveness? Think about it. Because these jobs that require automation are not going to be there. You're not going to be a teller. You're not going to be there collecting money. Even restaurants now, in some parts of the world, they are robots. Because it cannot get your menu wrong, cannot get your order wrong. It will not cheat you. If you've been to Amsterdam, I was there in January, and now you don't have to go to the counter to make an order. You go, put in what you want, get a slip, and go there. Meanwhile, your order is queuing up. Are we together? So meaning the jobs that are routine are being taken out. Ladies and gentlemen, what are you learning from this? You must change your game. AI systems that can adapt to different situations and can act autonomously without human assistance. Autonomous intelligence. That is what I talk about, autopilot. It says, as long as the flight goes above 30,000 feet, engage autopilot. So even if the pilot dozes a bit, the plane will be moving itself. Many times you see a pilot, the plane is in mid-air and is walking around. Because autopilot is in charge. Autonomous intelligence. Hey, many of you thought the pilot has to sit all the time. No, he can go and have a coffee and come back because there is autonomous intelligence. Let's look at the scenario of Suleiman, who was shot in Iraq. He was in a convoy of about 20 cars. All they needed was his DNA. Program his DNA. So a camera comes in, checks in the car. Is the DNA matching? The moment it matches, it launches a missile. So God have mercy if you're seated with Suleiman. Because the missile will not only take out Suleiman, it has to take out the whole vehicle. And if you've seen, I don't know if you watch some of those movies, after the destruction is done by the drone, like there's a movie it was using AI. It was done about 7 years ago. It was a fly, and they were attacking the Somalis. And there was a very bad guy, the Somali, and they were using a fly. It would go on the ceiling and sit and look out. So when they took out Eye in the Sky, is the movie. How many have watched Eye in the Sky? You guys, what do you watch? Okay, it's quite old, but it had AI. Because after they had destroyed, there was a young child who was making it hard for them to release the missile. The mother was selling bread, and there was a young child near the site where they needed to release the missile. The people in the control center in California could see that. They had an opportunity, but the man was inside, but the young girl was selling bread, and the bread was not getting finished to go back home. So they had to wait. Actually, technology is a problem here. They sent in someone, a spy, to go and buy all the bread so that they could release the missile. After he bought the bread, he didn't know that the young girl had more bread under the table. She pulled out That is interaction with AI. When you're watching these movies, do you just enjoy the movie or you're looking at behind the scenes of the movie? Are we there? You must understand. Is it just a movie or these people, AI has been here for almost 20 years. I first interacted with AI companies doing simulators and all that in the year 2015 in New York. And they were selling models and talking about AI, how it's going to be a big thing. And you're going to see how big it's going to be as we go on. AI and business, now we are looking at business. AI has been adopted with unheard speed. How many people have an AI app on their phones? Put up your hand. Whether you use it or not, whether you have it because it's trend, please put up your hand. Straight. If you have it, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, you can see. Some of you don't even know what you're going to use it for. But you know it is what? It's there and it's useful. So make sure you start interacting with this like I've taught you. Look at, but there's still a huge gap between enthusiasm, this word disturbs me a lot, and business results. Again, a recent study of executives found that only 6% of the executives claim to have cutting-edge ability to derive value and P&L impact from AI. Those American executives. So we are just adopting, most of us. But that wave of adopting, we are going to start using the AI. You can see it has been in the airline industry, aviation industry. It has come now in the motor. Now it's in medicine. It's going in all sectors, now even food. Yeah? How and when do you deploy AI? And who makes the decisions? Finance teams have the ability to ascertain value, ensure accountability, and provide objective perspective. Finance what? Most of you want to be part of the what? Finance teams. Finance plays an indispensable role in making decisions about AI that pays off. So, you're not going to run away from it. You're the ones to decide when your organizations are going to have what? AI. So it goes without saying, if you're the ones who are going to decide, it means you must understand what AI does. You must understand what is repetitive, what can be automated. Where are we going to need robots? Where are we going to need human intervention? Where are we going to need a blend? It has got to be you at this age. You heard my son? He's not even bothered, he's not doing the course, but he knows that when you give him 70 pages and you need him to get information from it, he can use a chatbot. What it does is command it and it gives him the results he wants. Very shortly, he'll give you an answer. Yesterday, my wife was sharing with me. You know, she's fintech. And she said, can you imagine? I first touched the calculator. She first touched the calculator in S3. My 11-year-old, at the age of 7, had his own calculator. When he says he's going to school, he says, where's my calculator? And he's moving with it. Some of us used to pride in having mental work. Eh? That man can multiply from his head. 3 times 27 plus 5. He sits a bit and tells you 205. Say, very intelligent. But guess what? That is no longer competitiveness. It's no longer competitive advantage. For memorizing, most of you are good at memorizing. And then you say you're very what? Intelligent, triple A, because you are able to regurgitate. What do you bring on the table? I hear these days people talking about the table. I don't know if there is even a table. Does it exist? First of all, you ask, what do you bring on the table? I say there is no table. You should ask me what I bring on the mat so that we sit together down there and we start with the mat. Anyway, what did I want to say? I wanted to say the old ways have got to be unlearned. The computers are able to multiply better than you in a shorter time. So do not spend time memorizing things that you do not need. Okay, of what essence is it? If you can remember 25 times 5 times 65. And I also get a calculator. I have a machine and I put in and there's no error. You could even make an error. But for me, I just have to know how to use the calculator. Humans must interact with machines. That person who has a future is the one who has the ability to understand how to use that machine. Not one who is going to focus on the machine. I'll tell you, we were traveling to the US with my colleague of mine. He's called James Brian Tuatwa. I don't know if he's here. He told me he would pop in. I don't know if Brian is here. He heads what they call Incredible Youth International. We have a passion for young people, both of us. So we're going to America and we're going to meet some top people in America and possibly attend the inauguration for Trump. So when we're moving, he told me, there are 2 books I want you to look at. And I told him why. He said, these books will change your mindset. And indeed, they've changed my mindset. He said, one book is, it is who and not how. Can I say it? It is who and not how. Do not spend a lot of time finding out how to do things, but find out who can do the things. And then I remember the old thing of teamwork. How many things are you going to learn? You must learn who can do it, and then you get that person to do it, and then get things done. Then he told me something else. That 10x is better than 2x. If someone puts in 10 times the effort, and you put in twice the effort, you can never match that person. Ladies and gentlemen, we must learn. There comes James Brian Tuatwa. He's there walking in. Sorry, how timely, James. It's good. It's my good friend. And when you have such good friends, you tell him I'm speaking at this event and he says, I'll come. Some of you don't have friends. Some of you don't know what collaboration means. You think you must always be the best. You will never be the best. You must sit on shoulders of giants. Are we together? So that you're projected high up. God knows how high. Don't say I'm speaking at ACCA. It is so great, so it's only me to be there. No. You must have a support system. When I got here, my wife asked me, where are you? Are you there? Have the people come? I said, they haven't yet come. She said, don't worry. Start, they will come. Again, I want to drive to the point of timekeeping. Africans, we are not valuing the only resource that we have in abundance. Time. We would like to waste time. Please do not waste time. Do what you promised to do, how you promised to do it, and when you promised to do it. James, you're most welcome. Since they are fixing something, James, you can say hello to the people. Where is he? We have what we call the government accepted to give us the career week. But I do not say these things. You are best to say them. Let him talk about it. Career. James Brian.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, my name is James Brian Twatwa. I work with Incredible Youth International Day. We have about 15 million young people that are in school between primary and university. And over 2 million join different institutions every year. Over 400,000 graduate. And less than 9,000 jobs are created from the government and private sector combined. I know probably students that are looking at graduating, but the sad story is no jobs. And we're trying to create them. So I love people like him, establish resources to people that have big dreams, and in the process, jobs are created. So career guidance is to bring...
James, talk about the event that you have.
Yes.
In few days, then we close.
Yes. Career guidance is happening on Thursday. And we're bringing policymakers from government. We're bringing public sector and private sector. We're bringing businessmen and women. And we're bringing students to align ideas on how we can enhance development in this country. Thank you so much. Hope to see you. God bless you.
Thank you. You didn't say where. It's going to be in Mukono, Kabembe. There's a headquarters of Incredible Youth along Kayunga Road. Very beautiful campus. It's a green campus, just like our office. Very good. So environment, sustainability is all there. You will be able to see it. This is what I wanted to say. You, what's your role in the AI? Get exposed, learn. I said this is a very good time to be alive. Internet has everything. Although we try to restrict the young children, but they know more of the internet than we do. Now, finance team ascertains value. I'm sorry. The finance team ascertains value, ensures accountability. Government, I would urge organizations, when you're going to adopt an AI strategy, involve the finance team. They can transform AI from an exciting possibility to a reliable growth engine. This is what the finance team can do. And this is you, what you can do. You can choose the right projects. You can help the organization choose the right projects. Because you understand the organization. In finance, you must understand how value is generated across the organization. Solve the right problems and ensure accountability and sustained value creation for the organization. AI and the future. Again, I looked at a PwC report. The global GDP impact by effect of AI, you're going to see, you've seen how it keeps on growing, and by 2030, we shall have that growth. And guess what? That's what we are going to have. We have quality, we have labor productivity, we have personalization, and the time saved because of automation. And this is the value. And if you can see on the y-axis, you're going to see that is the 15.7. It has been broken down. When they send it to you, you'll be able to see. Labor productivity improvements are expected to account for over 55% of all GDP gains from AI over the period 2017 to 2030. 55% productivity. As new technologies are gradually adopted, consumers respond to improved products with increased demand, and our share of impact from product innovation increases over time. You'll see that. The product due to innovation. 58% of all GDP gains in 2030 will come from consumption side of impacts, you people. When you go and sign on to ChatGPT, DeepSeek, and all these ones, you have to pay. I don't know how much money I pay because of apps. Some of them I need, some I do not need. Now, how do I save money? By understanding what I need and what I do not need. Early adopters of technology normally suffer a lot. Now, this is the global AI impact by region. You're going to see that China is going to be the greatest benefactor. Out of this 15.7 trillion, China is going to have 7 trillion. China, just China, one country like this, 7 trillion. You're going to see that North America is going to have 3.7 trillion. Northern Europe, 1.8 trillion. What is your humble Africa going to have? Africa, Oceania, and other Asian markets, 1.2 trillion. I can speak to $1 trillion, but you can imagine what $1 trillion looks like. It's a lot of money. So how have you positioned yourself to benefit from this? What are going to be the drivers of economic impact of AI? Productivity gains from business automating processes. You remember what we talked about? Use of robots and autonomous vehicles. You remember the autonomous vehicles I talked about? The car that doesn't have a driver, it's not manned by anyone. Productivity gains from businesses augmenting their existing labor force with AI technologies. That is assisted and augmented intelligence. We've looked at it before. And then increased consumer demand resulting from availability of personalized or higher quality AI-enhanced products. Again, I'd like to thank my former employers, PwC. This is a very, very strong statement. It helps you to form an image of what you should be doing going forward. What are the global effects? Rapid job displacements. I've talked about tailors. That's going to be for people who are doing routine jobs. So if you feel your job is routine, just know you're a candidate. In the next 5 years, you're going to be out of job. You need to put in your brain power to make sure that you can be able to use it. New employment opportunities are coming for those people who can work with AI, those people who can use the machines and work with them. A new set of workers and skills, I already told you, the Gen A's are coming into the work market. And when they come into the work market, we people who do not know how to multitask, who don't have multiple skills, are going to be out of here unless you change. Again, now I want to talk about sustainability. What do we know? ESG, environment, social, and governance, is what sustainability is about. How do you use natural resources? Energy efficiency and usage. Waste management. You remember Kitezi, what happened? Uganda is battling with waste. We don't know how to dispose of waste. Even at an individual level. You find a person who eats kavera and throws on the street. To whom it may concern. Guess what it's doing? Is wherever that kavera lands, nothing is ever going to germinate. Once it's in the ground, nothing will thrive. Carbon and green gas emissions, you know, we are being urged to plant more trees. I went for an introduction ceremony where someone said they were bringing trees. Part of what they were supposed to bring, they were asked to bring trees. And I said, wow, the trend is changing. Water use and pollution, most of the water you access is not safe. It's going to lead to cash outflows. Social factors, workplace safety and welfare, human rights, diversity, supply chain relationships, child labor. You've had one of our judges was very unlucky. They took someone to UK, and I've not yet got the story very well, but she was convicted yesterday for slavery. Modern day what? Slavery. I don't know, she may serve more than 3 years. She went to study, and to make her life easier, she came here and picked up a a person to go and work for her, and the person was advised by friends to go and complain, and the judge is now convicted. Yesterday the case was concluded, and she's been convicted. She went abroad searching for better what? A better life, and brought somebody who she thought would make her get a better life. The scholarship is gone. She's now in jail. Action that is not our own action. You understand? Things happen, but you must know. The world has no mercy. Board composition and diversity. Board of directors, you must have an independent board. Rights of the shareholders, you must know. Executive compensation, corporate ethics. Again, we've been looking to get money in this part of the world. Our people here do not know how to share business. They do not know how to have a board of directors. They don't know what the role of a board of directors is. And you've seen that when private money comes in here, it ends up landing in the hands of foreigners. The indigenous people rarely benefit because we want this thing of kantu kange. It's mine. We like showing off, even when we have not so much. We are not humble. You have an iPhone, so what? iPhone 17, you want everyone to work when everyone is seeing. You take a photo, you have not even had the lunch, you are near a good plate of food, you take and put on Facebook. Or whatever social media it is. What does it help you? If people know that you're well off, what does it help you? We need to focus on the real things. How do we extract value and use that value for ourselves? Why do we want other people? Some people say, "Kaposting emangu obalumye." What do you benefit? Sorry, I'm old school. What are the emerging trends? As of 2025, new job roles are being created due to technological advancements and changing consumer behaviors and global challenges. You've heard of Doge. Who knows what Doge is? Doge? Yes? Do you know that if Uganda did half of the work that those boys have done in America, many people will be out of job. Department of Government what? Efficiency. We need to make sure we're efficient. And here are some of the key industries that are coming in. The big four themselves are grappling with declining business due to Doge. Yeah? Because before there was work, a lot of work, and they would keep on working with the inefficiencies, but now Elon Musk has cut out the inefficiencies. Now, we have tech and software development. These are the industries that have come up. Healthcare and biotechnology. Now, yesterday I was talking to one of my former bosses, and he told me I had a heart operation in December. And I say, "Oh, how are you?" So he says, No. These days they don't have to open you up. They just create a small hole and then go through one of your veins. That's what? Biotechnology. And did the operation. And now I'm okay. I'm good to go. Renewable energy and sustainability, these are the jobs you should be able to know. What is clean energy? What is sustainability consulting? You must know these things. Otherwise, you're going to be out of job. If someone asks you, you say, "I can do debit and credit." So what? That can be automated. Are we there? E-commerce platforms. You've heard of Amazon. Those are all technology companies. Uganda has tried to have a Jumia, and so many that are coming up. Content creation and social media. As brands seek to engage consumers online, there's a growing need for content creators, social media managers, and digital marketeers. Why can't you tap into this so that you stop on being a traditional accountant? Yeah? so that you can be the one who is helping in the strategy. Accountants can help. They can do better in some of these fields. Blockchain and cryptocurrency. You've heard about this. Digital banking. Shift towards banking solutions. Yeah? Financial technology. I cannot say this more. Mobile money, whatever, payment systems, and all that. Education technology, EdTech. Online learning platforms. You can use them and also get involved in them. These days, I teach masters in financial services. For the last 5 years, I've not gone to a class, a physical class. I teach from my office. And guess what? We have proper conversation with the students. And they are okay. Maybe you're going to say because they are few, they are master's students. Yes, but we are able to do because we are utilizing platforms. The universities have developed the platforms to be able to teach from where I am. I don't have to worry about late coming and going late because everyone can learn from wherever they are. Supply chain resilience, logistics and supply chain management, streaming services. DSTV is suffering from this. And they're complaining. They're failing to adjust to the what? To the disruption. And it's here to stay. You can complain, block it out, say, UCC, please don't allow these guys in, but you cannot stop it. The wave is here, and DSTV's time is what? I'm sorry. Mental health and wellness. You've got to know that mental health is very important because of isolation, because of many issues. You're dealing with a lot of change. You have to make sure you do things that support your mental health. Go for things that will going to help you be alive. Exercise. Do not overwork because there's no one watching. Sustainable agriculture, agri-tech. These industries are not only creating new job opportunities, but also reshaping the skills and qualifications that employers seek. As the landscape continues to evolve, professionals in these fields are likely to remain in high demand. You have it here. The menu is wide. So choose where do you want to be. Agri-tech needs people who can analyze. Like you, ACCA is only a foundation. Then it will help you do the rest of the stuff. You can become an entrepreneur. I used to like the advert of ACCA where they would say, I don't want my skills to only be celebrated by my mother. You know, mothers are very loyal people. They say, oh, well done, even when you've done nothing. Yes? So, talent. Talent. How do you harness your talent? Some of you have talents. You're failing to harness them. Yeah? You need to develop your talent. Overview of global talent needs. Emerging industries that are driving talent demand. You know them. Remote work and hybrid models. You know that. People are working remotely. I'm telling you, I'm working, I'm teaching. Some people have never seen me at the university, but I'm a lecturer. 5 years, they don't know me. But I am teaching, the students know me. You understand? The payroll, the only way I interact with the university is when they are paying. But I'm teaching students. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. You must accept that any diversity is a strength. I saw this year's elections, and I'm sorry. In Kawempe, I was very, diversity is good. Don't hate your neighbor because he supports something else. It's okay. Let him support. Yeah? We need to accept diversity. I'm not a politician. Skills gap and upskilling. Know your skills gap. What do I need? I don't know AI. What do I need? I don't understand AI. How does it work? I want to go in agri-tech. Go and take an online course. Find people who know. Go volunteer to go and work so that you can know. Technological advancements and recruitment. I was speaking to the ACCA team, and yesterday they were attending a LinkedIn training. And the way people are recruiting these days, you cannot escape. They'll profile you in a minute. And guess what? If you're not existing, on the internet. Where are you? Some of you don't even have an account on one of the social media. The only one you have on is TikTok. But you're a professional. And you want people to give you a job. And you'd like to do things. Technological advancements in recruitment are following the internet. Global mobility and talent migration. People are here but working in America, earning American salaries. Yeah? People are working from America for 2 days, 4 days, and they are here. And tomorrow they're in Nigeria. The other day they are there. Because of the changes. So ladies and gentlemen, we've got to up our game. Be ready for the game changer and be part of the game change. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. For those who are seated far away, you can't actually see Stephen, but he's even sweating because of the passion with which he's presenting. I would like to give an opportunity to very quick questions, very precise and decisive. Going once, as you think about it. Any questions for Stephen? Okay, I'll start with the lady.
Thank you, Mr. Stephen. My ambition is to go into the remote world because of my goals and dreams, and I'm finding out more. Can you explain more about how can I do it if I'm in the accounting or financial sector? I'm trying to go into the remote work because of my life, so I'm asking for more information on how can I go about it, because I've been trying to look for jobs that are remote, but I'm really having a hard challenge.
Hello, my name is Derek. Mine is just a request. I'm finding your representation very nice. Very nice, interesting. Could you share your slides or something like information and stuff? Thank you for your presentation, sir.
This end, any more questions?
Thank you so much, Stephen. I'm called Rita, and I'm a banker. You were talking about tellers, and I'm one of them. So I want to thank you for that eye-opener. Yeah, it has showed me that we have to be prepared for change. And thank you so much for the presentation. It was really good and insightful.
Okay, there are 3 questions this side, and we'll...
Thanks so much, Mr. Stephen. I'm called Tumsime Yitzhak. I'm a Yitzhak. Yeah, I'm a student. So, no, I'm from Uganda. The question I want to ask is, what are the practical ways what practical ways have you applied AI in your line of work, and how is there, and I want to know if there is anything I can pick from how you've been able to apply that. I hope it's clear. Yeah, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Stephen. Thank you for the presentation. It was really... I have one question about Incredible Youth International. So I was wondering if you are in for partnerships, I would say.
What kind of partnership? The last question, I think. Okay, one more at the front.
Thank you. My name is Matthias. I'm a finance guy. So, Matthias sent I'm a finance guy. Yeah. So I have a question. I personally work for a fintech, and for those who have worked in fintechs, we have so many challenges. There is one, uncertainty. You don't know when you will have a job, maybe next year, because of the ever stringent things around Uganda, taxes and all these things. So personally, I'm a millennial. Okay, I was born in 1990 something. But you have talked about Gen A's and how they are emerging and all. So I was here thinking, and I'm asking myself, how am I going to keep myself in my employment? Because I may want to work, but like I said, these ever-changing, stringent trends and all those things, taxes and all that, it's the way to go, but like, what can we do for, like, can't like the government come out to help us? Something like that. Thank you.
That's the final one. Sorry.
Okay. My name is Donald. I have a lot of interest in working with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. My name is Donald. I know you have highlighted so many things: smart climate, smart agriculture, green finance, and all those sustainability issues, green energy, and all those. I know there's. Can you just highlight what are the space, what are the opportunities there? What roles do we have? You told us that finance is just background, giving us the background, but we should get into those like smart agri-tech technologies. How do we position ourselves to play key and lead roles and also thrive as professionals in those areas? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me start with this. Every day, organizations are looking, as my sister is going to tell you, they are looking for good people. Actually, the biggest challenge we have in Uganda, there's a shortage of good talent. Now, you need to ask yourself, what makes me a good talent? Opportunities are immense for good talents. Actually, some good talents are being prized away from others. There's competition for them. So you cannot say there's no opportunities. The opportunities are there for good people. Personally, I'm looking for good people. Whether he's working at home, whether he's working from somewhere, as long as he knows what work means. Most of us do not know what work means, basic as it is. We know how to study, get MBA, get ACCA. We even call ourselves FCCA. That's why you see for me, I don't put my titles on the card. They tell me, but you are CPA, you are SCCA. Who cares? No one cares if you've not done a good job. Now, ask yourself, what is a good job? How do I exceed expectations? Some of us want to do the bare minimum. Others do not want to even do. Why I like this man here in Tuatwa, you can never tell him we are going to do this. The basic thing is show up. Show up. Some of us can't even show up. They give you a slot to present for SEC and you want to do the bare minimum. Yesterday I slept at 2:30 a.m. preparing for you. Because I cannot do the bare minimum. The whole week I've been preparing, giving it at least an hour to prepare for you. Some of you work with your phone. You're working at, you are at work, but you are busy being entertained. Really, who likes that? Even yourself, you don't like it. But you want to be responding to every message. There are people I find on the group, submitting. His work is at work, but he's submitting every single 30 minutes. He's putting something there on a social event. You tell me, if I came here and I had my phone in hand, don't you think I have a good phone? Don't you think I have a nice laptop? Don't you think I have a good camera, the latest, that can take a photo? And I doing something that I can post? Why do you think I'm not posting every minute? It's because I've got to focus on what I'm doing. I've got to love what I'm doing. Most of you don't love what you're doing. You love the after effects of what work is. Focus on your work. I've given you information here. I've given you industries, about 15. I'll tell you, you cannot be an accountant of an industry that you do not understand. Because as an accountant, as you are, your job is value creation, value reporting, value. How will you get value when you don't understand an industry? We talk about agri-tech here. The organizations are here, but they can't find the people. If you say I want an accountant for oil and gas has been here maybe 15 years, but we've never even bothered. Some of you have never even opened the page to know what is oil. But now they want to say, where are the oil opportunities? You start by knowing the industry. When I was going to talk to you about AI, sustainability, I had to know, who am I speaking to? What is their level of understanding? Many slides did not make it. There were maybe about twice as many slides that went out because I said these are young people. They will not benefit from this. I didn't just patch up something. I knew who I was speaking to. I need to give it the seriousness it deserves. Every one of you deserves my top priority time. Because guess what? That's why I tell people, I'm teaching, I don't know even how much they pay me. And I said, if I do not teach, who is going to teach? I'll tell you, when I went to Makerere to teach, they gave me a syllabus. Financial services, master's level. They gave me a syllabus and told them I cannot teach this. No. I cannot teach this. My syllabus evolves every year. It's very hard. What I teach, I also don't know what I teach. What I share are cases that are live. Because the financial industry keeps on what? Evolving. Now I have to share this presentation. Some of my students are online. I told them I'm going to talk about it. Because this is what is reality. Now the challenge is, we say government Yetuyambe, who is going to help you? An 82-year-old man, you think he cares about you? He may want to care, but what do you think his priorities are now? The president also is looking at bigger issues. Now you are saying government Yetuyambe, but indirectly you're asking the president to care for you. We must care for the president. He's 82 years, he calls himself Jaja. We must what? For Jaja, give him less stress. People are saying, why doesn't he leave? He doesn't leave because it sees you're not ready. You imagine if the president had about 10 people around him like me, maybe he would have retired 10 years ago. Guess what? Don't you think he would have retired 10 years ago? But every day we want to be the victim. Don't play the victim. No one is going to help you. You know the things available, pick them up. You want agri-tech? Go and learn about agri-tech. Don't start saying government Yetuyambe. How is it going to help you? The only way government is going to help you is to collect its taxes so that they can build roads, and you must be part and parcel of the road building. Are we there? Is the question answered? Donald, what government will help us? Government has helped you, you are alive. Thank God. Work. Yesterday I worked up to 2. I was working with a young boy who came out of my program, World Ready program. He's at university, he's doing surveying. He's the one who did these slides. He slept at 2. I told him by 8 I need the slide. I didn't have to go back and revise the slide. I said, send. I'll find it at where? At Africana. He sent it, and I've just presented it. He's at the university. Mind you, second year. He's the one who presented this, who has prepared this. For me, I've not done much. Only speaking and walking around my big body. It's all that. Now, you say, fintech, how do you manage to keep up to date? The world is full of problems. It's only those people who solve problems that can have money. It's only in Uganda where people don't solve problems and have money. You find a person who's not solving problems and say, is Mugaga there? How? You think Elon Musk was given the Department of Government Efficiency for no reason? He's the best guy. Who is earning pension? There are over 10 million people, over 130 years, who are earning pension. Is it true? Government what? Efficiency. It pains, but it will give those people who have merit a platform. Matthias, the finance guy. You know the problems that Uganda has. I already have a fintech problem. Come, I give it to you. You solve it, I pay you. Don't rely on your employer if he's not challenging you. Incredible Youth is looking for partners. But we are only looking for serious who? James Bryan, we are looking for who? Serious partners. When we say Incredible Youth, we are having a career day on 20th. Then you start stories, Mukono is far. What, I can't come. Then you want to be a partner. How? This man has come from Mukono this morning to come and be here with you. No one is paying him. I'm not paying him. But he's here. Because he knows there are young people here. Some of you want Sebasasura Maker even before you know the job. You want to know how much. And some of you, he drives a Mercedes-Benz 4MATIC. From where? From Mukono. So you can imagine how much fuel there is that he has consumed. AI, Isaac, AI was in your line of work. Yes. You want me to share how? I'm also studying a master's in international, a master's of law in international what? What is it called? Anyway, I'm studying a master's about law, knowing how to do business internationally so that I don't have to rely on someone to do my contracts. That's why a private equity for UDC deal, I sit in, the lawyer does not lie. When he gives me things, I ask the relevant questions. Why am I doing it? Because I've told you the story of Nigeria. I didn't tell you the story of Nigeria. In 2023, I was invited to Nigeria. Big country. Sorry, not last year. Last year we went with him. 2023, I was invited by the Institute of Credit and Loan Management, Nigeria. And they were giving me a fellowship of their institute. And we were 4 speakers. The first speaker had 4 PhDs and 6 masters. The second speaker, 3 PhDs and 4 masters. The third speaker, 2 PhDs and 4 masters. And they were busy teasing themselves that I will catch up. Even a 72-year-old telling an 80-year that he will catch up. It's not about the number of papers. what I want you to learn from that is the resilience of these men. And in the room where I was seated, there were about 300 people. Most of them over 55 years. There were not less than 100 doctors. And the fourth speaker was yours truly with 1 master's and the ACCA. And to measure up, I had to tell them that I have PhD in the business environment and what. But what I want you to note from this scenario is not the number of PhDs. It is the process. For you, some of you started one thing. I last started my master's in 2007. It's obsolete. She will not give me a job. I cannot go and flash it that I have a master's. Much as coming from Edinburgh University. I cannot flash it. What I knew then has totally changed. Are we together? So you need to upgrade. FinTech, every minute you must be checking what is new. What is new? And then we made. I think I'm going to share the slides. Rita, I'm very proud that I'm speaking to a teller here. She's going to speak to it. Tellers, you're not going to have jobs in the next 5 to 10 years. I'm sorry, but I have to be honest because I want to go to heaven. Because I've already booked being an usher. I know there are no ushers in heaven. I'm going to be an usher. So, when we close the door, remote work. You want experience in remote work? What are your skills? For me, I don't want to supervise you. There's a young man I work with. He's very interesting. He told me his job, he does fundraising. He came to me last year and said, I want to work with you. Fundraising. You bring him a $100 million project. He says, this is what I can do. We can find someone else who can do this. We can find someone else who can do this. I do not have to supervise him even 1 minute. He comes to my office for 30 minutes a week, and things are moving, and I'm happy. I've even given him autonomy to recruit. He doesn't sit at my office, but I'm working with him. We want such people. Honest, serious people. People who embrace change, and people who want to create value. Your job as an accountant is to see value, sniff value, create value, report value, wherever it is. In heaven, on earth. If there is value in hell, you should also create it. Thank you very much.
Sniff value, report value, value. Stephen, you're much appreciated. As we give you a few minutes to breathe, I would like to, one, apologize to all of you. It was interesting, but we've also run out of our initial schedule so badly that I would like, without further ado, to invite our next speaker, Mr. Valentine Ojangole, who is a fellow, and you can check his LinkedIn so that we don't go into who he is in detail. It's interesting that his talk features leveraging lifelong learning to unlock global opportunities, when Mr. Kasenge just concluded with the same issue, resilience in continuous learning. And the one who wasn't initially on the program, but brought in by Kasenge, Mr. Ntwatwa, we are really privileged. What we request is detailed information so that we can share it with the wider student community, which is close to 4,000, for whoever is available to come and benefit from that session next week. Mr. Jangole, thank you. Would you like the podium? Thank you so much. We apologize.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad to be here, to be invited by the ACCA, for which I am a member since 2003, to come and speak to you on a topic that closely intertwines with what my colleague Stephen has just talked about. I thought that it was good he took long because I'm going to summarize. I don't need to repeat what he has said. So they are related. But before we proceed, I want to give a disclaimer. Stephen says doesn't care whether he's FCCA. I do. And I think we should care that we are SCCA or FCCA. That's why we are here. However, having said that, it is all a part of a journey, and it is a ladder to the top. But all of us design or define our top. My top may not be yours and may not be someone else's top. Like Stephen said, you have so many problems, and the world requires people to solve problems, not government yetuyambe, because we'll be nowhere. Ladies and gentlemen, today I'm to talk about lifelong learning, and I'll use an example of a few people, but none other than myself. And I think this is why the colleagues at ACCA invited me. First, I'll start by saying that if you think you're done with learning today, then you should be dead. As long as you're still alive, as long as you're still interacting, then the learning process never ends. But the learning process is not only formal education. We'll go through and see that there are very many different learning processes. But the more courage is, how do we identify opportunities and how do we prepare ourselves to take advantage of those opportunities whenever they present? In other speeches, I have told my congregation, especially graduating students, like yourselves who are aspiring, that it will not be the end. It will only be the beginning to another process. That's why you have CPDs and all those things that come in. So ladies and gentlemen, that's a preamble on what we're going to discuss with me today. How many minutes do I have? You're reducing it to 30. I thought you're increasing it to 45. So like I said, Valentine Ojangole, ACCA. I have been around for some time. I'll give you a small journey. My journey starts all the way from 1997 and to date. So that is where I am. If you see through my educational background, you'll notice that at every stage in my life, I have thought through and decided to study something. Each of those has a history, and I'll tell you, when you see BCom accounting, that is the time we were together with Stephen, and we're in the same hall. We were neighbors. While he was in statistics, we were in accounting. But I want to inform you that by the time I finished accounting, before I finished it, I knew that I would pursue a professional qualification. And I was not decided between CPA and ACCA. And the decision point was, where will I be more marketable? And in my view, I thought I needed international outreach. I thought CPA by then was only Uganda, local. As Stephen said, in our times, we didn't have whatever you have now. The gadgets, everything was a problem. The ACCA we did was you buy BPP publishing books from Aristoc, if you can. The math abacus hadn't started as well, so you had to read the very hard way. We didn't have these computers and everything. But it was the resilience. We had to go through it at the time. That moves along with my work experience or professional journey. As you can see, in 2001, I started off as a teaching assistant at Makerere University Business School. And here is a story. I left that place in good books because in that year, I had got the highest evaluation from the students that we interacted with. And when I was leaving, professor asked me, why are you leaving yet you're the best? And this was my answer. Professor, I am the best in the academic field, but I am not comfortable that I'm only reading and telling students. I have not done it practically. I want to try it out in the professional world. When I reached the professional world, you know, you come, you know it all, you've taught, you have good grades, but you realize there are things you still have to learn to get into it. So we started working, fortunately. Then I noticed we were not going to get away from the computer. That motivated my studies in the postgraduate diploma in computer science. At that stage, I was able to scan and say that in future, I cannot avoid studying computer or knowing computer if I am to remain relevant in my field. As you do computer, as you keep studying, then you say, I need to be a manager. That is the reason for the master's in business administration. You need to be a manager. As you move on, you say, now look, I have worked in the banking industry, but my papers are, I'm an accountant 311, BCom accounting, ACCA. If NFT sees my thing, they'll say, this guy can't be a manager in a bank. Not so. He's only an accountant 311. But I have been in an economy, economic institutions. You all know that banking has to do a lot with economics. That motivates my further studies by attaining another master's in development finance, a master of philosophy in development finance, saying that I need to know what my customers are doing. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll let you know that as accountants, you create value, not from nowhere, but by knowing what your business partners are doing. If you don't know their business, then you will not be able to help them. All this relates us to deciding what we need to do. So we need to remain relevant, and in order to do that, we have to, which side is it? Sorry? Proceed, yes. In order to remain relevant, we have to always be on the lookout for opportunities that should be available. Stephen has talked about opportunities in the AI space, and they are true, but as accountants, still many opportunities are coming up as a result of the developments in the economy, in the global economy. Cross-border transactions, someone is asking for remote work. I have not applied for remote work, but I have seen invitations to apply for jobs remotely. Maybe that has to do with how you're building your skill and your profile, but I do get many, and they'll tell you $400,000 a year, or this, please apply. Now, they are looking for remote accountants. They also no longer want the burden of sitting with someone within an office. So you will be required. In your courses you're studying, the IFRSs are changing every year, not so? Yeah, the International Accounting Standard Setting Board will come up with very many. That means that, like it was mentioned, you will be required to help the organizations with the changes in the accounting standards. They are not going to also study IFRS in order to implement that. You already there. Fintech, I cannot elaborate that more. Stephen has talked about it, but it is an upcoming area. I can only say that if you are in fintech and you're worried that your jobs are changing, just know that the other side of the table, people are also worried that guys in fintech are changing their landscape. So it is a two-way. What does that mean? We have to think and get creative. Opportunities are there. Create them. Don't go into fintech and then come back and say, can't government help us? That is not, that is one eye looking, two eyes, one looking behind and another looking in front. Because we look at you in fintechs as the drivers. And as accountants then, we have to take advantage of the fintech, the rising companies. All of these will need bookkeeping, but automated. Meaning, you have to learn more about that. How do I go to the next slide? Sorry. It's not moving. Okay. Banking has been mentioned. It is the biggest, I think, employer for the services for you here, and it will still remain. They still need your services. There are a lot of things that happen there. Insurance, investments, corporate finance is another area. I'm sure on your syllabus you have a whole subject in these areas: corporate finance, banking, forensics. You recently had the haste, the 60 billion haste. Did anyone hear about that? Or you were reading for a certain paper that was due? But it was you, the accountants, I mean Stephen's former employers, who were invited to do the forensics to find out what happened. Trust me, they did not use the manual. Yeah? They had to use all the fintechs, the tools that they had to do their job within 5 days and prepare a report. Within 5, and they prepared a report. It's no longer come, then you take 6 months to come up with a report. No, data analytics, like it was mentioned, well, it's no longer enough to say that you are an accountant. You must go beyond that. You should be able to analyze the data. You should be able to present it to your supervisors, to your clientele, in a way that it helps them make decisions, business decisions, timely and accurate ones. So you will be required. Compliance requirements, risk management. Someone asked about SDGs, sustainable finance. All those are coming in. It's the talk now. Everyone is saying, well, we will not lend you money unless you demonstrate sustainability. I want to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, sustainability is very big and it's not far-fetched. If someone is working in a sugar plantation, what are we doing with the residues? Are we generating electricity? Are we adding to power? Are we using hydropower? This building here, how much power is it using? What can it do? All those, as the reporting, the staff or the people who will be entrusted with reporting on these things, you need to know about sustainability and how you are going to participate. Don't sit back and say, that is for the guys in forestry, NEMA, and etc. It is yours. So there are opportunities there for all of us. Impact investing. I think Stephen is in impact investing, but these are pro-social investments. Now, it's no longer not necessarily investing for a profit. You are investing and you are expecting an impact. Yeah? I can give you examples. There was a case study I read about Yola where they set up putting ladies together to knit, but using materials from within. And the idea was to encourage the economy, the ladies, and also clean up their environment. All that kind of investing will need your services. So there are so many opportunities. I will not repeat the AI ones. They have all been clearly mentioned. So all these freelancing and consulting, I'm sure the person looking for remote work is looking along those areas. And growth in economies, they are growing. Africa is growing. Uganda is growing. Everywhere is growing. They can never be too much or too little for us to take up and start up businesses. When I was doing my degree, the PhD, not the PhD, but the bachelor's, By then, startups, we had the history of saying that of every 3 startups that start, 2 die. That was the thing then. And the startups never liked to listen to accountants because you were costly anyway. That has now changed. That has now changed. The big companies cannot hire all of us. So we have to open our mindset. But to do that, we have to equip ourselves and make ourselves ready to be able to participate in that space. So that therefore leads us to lifelong learning. All I can tell you is that you have to have a framework to develop yourself, both personally and professionally, because the world is changing. I already mentioned it is continuous education. Not only formal, it is also informal, and in various settings, and personal. I'll give you an example. It is also voluntary. We have gadgets. Stephen has said he has a very good phone. I can tell you, anyone who knows me knows that I am wired. Yes. Wired means in 2002, there was a Nokia N72, and everyone was surprised what I had. And I had this gadget in my head, and other people had what you call what? Katoch. But I can tell you that despite all those, you hardly phone me on what today you call TikTok or Facebook. But I was always engaged. Why? I love reading. I take advantage of the internet, and I take advantage of the gadgets that are, you'll find I follow, instead of following TikTok, I have TED Talks. Do you know an application called TED, T-E-D, and TED Talks? I follow that, and very many, and I'll read, and I do not get tired of reading. And you must have a creative mind. Think. Don't just say, yes, this is what has, but ask yourself why, how, and go on and research. You have the tools. That is voluntary. So it is a continuous learning process. I have mentioned the methods. What you're doing now is formal because you're doing the ACCA formally, plus others. But there is also informal learning, and I have said self-driven activities, reading books, engaging in online courses. Stephen gave you an example of his wife who is studying online at Harvard, which those days would have been unimaginable. I can imagine the amount of dollars you needed to pay. Non-formal education, community-based, participate in your communities. In there you are learning as much as you can. And then from experience, experiential learning, learn from real-world experiences, volunteers, internships. I'll give you an example. Again, I told you of myself. When I was a second-year student, first-year student at Makerere BCom, in second year, as we were starting second year, an opportunity came for volunteer. And by then it was called the Small Business Development Center. The aim was to develop what? Businesses. And I read the advert and I thought to myself, at that time, in year one, I can say I had everything to do with A's on my transcript. But then I asked myself, but I think I need experience. Why do I need a first-class degree when I cannot do anything? I applied for the volunteership. And like Stephen said, timekeeping is very important. We were invited for the interviews. And I can tell you, I was not fortunate enough to be a rich student. So I had to walk from main campus to MOOBS when it had just started. And guess what? I was the first person to report in time. And guess who I find? Consultants from UK and European Union. And I didn't expect that. And they told me, wait for another 30 minutes. We waited. 1 hour we waited. After that, they said, you know what? We are very impressed with your timekeeping. So you don't need any interview. You've passed. You start. That's how I got my interviews. And I started the volunteership. I can tell you I learned a lot. In the Small Business Center, we used to go out to small businesses and teach and do consulting, bookkeeping, management, procurement, all those. Look, I'm a student and I gained a lot from that. What I gained from that actually did help my studies, because coming back to class, I could relate what the lecturers were talking about with what I had seen out there. So through volunteership, it is always possible to learn a lot more than you would get from your academics. So components of lifelong learning. I have mentioned this. Self-directed. One is take an initiative yourself. I know people who, once given an opportunity on their own, and you put on their volume, you hear people laughing, videos and all those things. Is that what you call TikTok nowadays? Or Facebook? You have to supervise people to do the right thing. But I'm here to tell you, supervise yourself to do the right thing. Direct yourself into your studies. Take the initiative. Diagnose your learning needs. I already told you from my example how I moved. Formulate your goals. Your goals are formulated depending on where you want to, where you want to go. But again, have the curiosity. Always have an inquiring mind. Value acquisition of knowledge and seek to understand new ideas. Concepts. I hope we are not doing the ACCA because our sponsors sent us. Are there people in this room who were sent for the paper? Because I know those who finished some paper and they took it back to their parents and say, here is your paper. Now I'm going to look for mine. I hope that is not the case. You have to have been here out of interest. Adaptability. When you're a lifelong learner, you have to be adaptable. I'll tell you today as I speak, I have over the years known that we should be changing. We don't stick to the fact that we are accountants. We did ACCA and finished in 2026. No. That is history. But history is good. It teaches you the past and helps you to determine the direction of the future. But don't stick to it. When we had started working, we got, and this was my motivation to keep studying, we used to work with supervisors who had gotten their qualifications way earlier than us. Tell you, I got my CPA in 1974. But what he's telling you that the standard says you cannot relate. When you go to the books, things have changed. And in those days, I mean, it was a big thing to be CPA. But I think that was the advent of CPD, Continuous Professional Development. The knowledge they had was obsolete. And we would get embarrassed. You know, they are your bosses. You can't tell them it's obsolete. So we said, no, we do not want to be in this what? In this space. So at every stage, scan where you are. And don't be comfortable with the status quo. Don't reach. Don't say I have reached. Yes, next, thank you. I have mentioned this. Stephen has also mentioned this, but I'll just say adaptability to change. You should be able to change with a changing environment. And that comes with continuous learning. You will never resist change if you are a continuous or a lifelong learner. Otherwise, you'll be this kind of employee or person, any change, no. Without understanding, the first answer is no. But if you're a lifelong learner, you are able to understand that we are changing from point A to point B and research, why are we changing? How beneficial is it to me? Every situation has an opportunity. It's not always bleak. But with lifelong learning, you are equipped to adapt to all the changes. You could see my changes. I moved from a very stable environment in 2006. That is Bank of Uganda. And went to Barclays Bank. You can imagine. Moreover, at the high end, yeah? And I had to swim, I had to change. I had to adapt. During day, I would sit in the meetings. During night, I would go and read. What are they talking about? And you know, financial institutions or commercial banks have a lot of acronyms, a lot of abbreviations. You are in a meeting, CMC, this, the other. So all that you are noting. In the evening, you now go back and say, now, what was this? What was this? Was it making sense? What do we need to do? And I was in charge of management reporting for the whole bank. So I had to adapt. And there was no time. There was no window period for learning, get induction. No, you just get in and work. You're not working, you're fired. That was all. So we need to be able to enhance the skills as well. Importance, lifelong learning enhances your skills. The job I applied for in Barclays, I'll tell you, was head of management reporting. But I was a banking officer in Bank of Uganda, in the accounts department. At that stage, Bank of Uganda being so big, that is, you've just moved back. And the other one is managerial. Now, at the time of the advert, I looked and everything looked Greek. So I asked myself, I'm not interested in this one. But I was studying an MBA at the same time. So in class, I asked myself, but if this job wants accountants, what are these terms they are talking about that I, an accountant, ACCA, wouldn't know? So I decided to go back and learn them one by one. And I said, wait a minute. I actually know these things. That is what motivated me to apply. So in other words, keep your skills. The combination of the studies on the MBA together with the inquisitiveness and research helped me to crack that. And I got the job. I can tell you, members, that when you are a lifelong learner, everyone knows that. Once you open your mouth to speak, you are already distinguished from the rest. But if you last studied in 2025 and you are talking in 2030, everyone knows that this guy needs to go back. So you fit in. Keep reading and motivate yourself. That will give you personal growth. But above all, it will give you global competitiveness. I've told you about ACCA, but it doesn't end there. We are now talking about AI, Elon Musk, and Stephen is telling you what is happening in the US and everywhere. All that comes from hard work to get to know, to get to learn what is going there. And nowadays, you do not necessarily need to go there. But you must have the resilience, the motivation, and the determination to learn. And you must want to learn. It should be a hobby that you don't want to remain where you are. Next. What are our barriers? Everyone will tell you they don't have time. Am I right? Even on the ACCA, I would have passed this paper, but I don't have time. Not so. Create the time. Create it. The time is always there. Someone will tell you they do not have time for studies, but they have time for the things you know at. The same person will say, how do you lead a boring life? You don't go out, you don't do this, you don't do the other. You're not on TikTok? What kind of person are you? But they, on the other hand, also do not have time for lifelong learning. You need a balance. You don't, but the most thing is people lack time. But maybe also prioritization is what creates the lack of time. 2, resources. Everyone will tell you we don't have quality resources. I'm happy that ACCA and all these institutions have now simplified the availability of resources. You have all those online tools, everything else. And please, invest in yourself. What do I mean? If it is $50 to access material, pay it. Don't look to government to Yambe. When it is you going to benefit from that, pay the $50, access the material. It will help you in the end. The motivation is also a problem. Lack of motivation, I've mentioned that. Technological barriers. People have, we spoke about AI in the first session, and the examples were all the way. But we are in Uganda here, not so? Believe me, it's not that 80% of our population have access to these things. Yeah? I'm sure if you move within, beyond a certain radius, you'll find that there is a problem. So these technological issues are also a barrier in that case. Strategies. All those are the strategies. I've mentioned them. I'll summarize. Set your goal. I began by telling you that by the time I was graduating, I knew that I was going to do the professional course. Set your goal. And along the way, I realized that I needed a new goal. I needed to move my ladder. And then decided what I needed to do. Embrace a growth mindset. The opposite of growth mindset is which one? Fixed mindset. Fixed meaning you've reached. You can't do anything else. But embrace growth, whereby you know there is always room for growth and for learning. And then cultivate the discipline. You should have self-discipline and be intentional with your time. I've mentioned that. Be intentional with your time. The learning resources we've discussed. But please accept feedback. Solicit for feedback. Talk to mentors. And the professional CPDs are always brought. But what I want to tell you about these CPDs, do not restrict yourself to ACCA. Look at the employer you're working for. I told you need the knowledge of the business of your clients. If it's a hospital, attend their CPDs as well. Understand the challenges they have and the opportunities that are there and how you can help them best. Wherever you are, if it is in local government, public service, everywhere. Do not only wait for a CPD arranged by ACCA. I think you get recognition by the ACCA for whatever CPD you have attended, as long as you give them the reason for doing that. And then promote critical thinking. That's why I said always query. Why? Ask why. Query the assumptions. Don't just, they say go and jump, you jump. You say, why should I jump? Next. I've mentioned all this: independent learning, technology, and guidance from the mentors that you're going to hear, you're going to listen from. Here I'll say that lifelong learning is about capitalizing on your skills, experiences, and opportunities that can come your way to propel yourself to newer heights. So it is nothing complicated. It has more to do with you as an individual, and it has more to do with you opening up, having a growth mindset, and knowing that you can do it. And finally, I have those quotes from those writers. Anyone who stops learning is old, whether at 20 or 80. But anyone who keeps learning is young. And I think research has it that your brain keeps functioning as you keep learning and reading. The beautiful thing about learning is nobody can take it away from you. It is yours. That's why I insist, don't go to government to Yambe. And Albert Einstein says, intellectual growth should commence at birth and cease only at death. So as long as you are alive, as long as you are able to do something, please keep learning. Don't say that is for in future, don't look back and say that is for the young ones. It is for all of us. With those few remarks, I want to thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jangole. Another round of applause for what he has shared with us. We can tell that it's less than 10 minutes to midday, and you've been here since 8:30, some of you, with nothing in your bellies. Can we agree that we are going to go for a break now? Have our teas and coffees within 15 minutes. The service centers are big enough, so we are going to be fast. You can walk in with your tea and snack so that our next speaker starts exactly at 11:15, past midday. Any burning questions before Mr. Jangole leaves us? Any? Okay. There are 2 questions, and that is 1, 2. That is it? So I hope that's the 3rd. We shall stop with that. Go first.
Thank you very much. I'm Okinai Mark. So I've looked at your CV. You've studied a lot of things. There are so many. So I'm also trying to do a master's, and then with the ACCA. How do you balance? Like, how do you get the time to do so many courses at the same time? You find also you're doing certificates at the side, stuff like that. Yes.
Good. Where are the other hands? Okay.
Trevor is Jesse. So anyway, mine is more about like getting to know about the opportunities. So much as I'm doing ACCA, okay, I didn't do university, but I don't want to go to the auditing side. I want to do the finance side, the auditing, the banking. Are the opportunities there? Because maybe you had done BCom, so maybe it was easier for you to enter the banking. So is it equally as easy for me to go to the banking? Thanks.
There was another hand here. Okay, that is it, Valentine.
Thank you for the questions. Opportunities, you went straight to ACCA without a bachelor's, and you want to enter banking. Yes, it is possible. But since our topic has been lifelong learning, we don't stop you from still going for the bachelor's. And I know the ACCAs used to have, when you complete, they used to have a degree. You do one research paper and go to it. Now, I will not tell you there is an easy way or a difficult way, but I'll refer you back to our topic. You do your research. What do these organizations require at entry level? Who do they take most? Do I have that? How do I get it? Not all organizations have a uniform requirement for entry or joining them. So basically, you have to look into it and then strategize to enter one which suits you or whose requirements you have. Yes, opportunities are there. The second one, like you were told earlier, the ACCA alone is not enough. Networking. Who do you know? That can be your hand holder. He can or she can handhold you to start, but within the requirements of the organizations. As you will know, banking is a very regulated environment. So you need to know what they are working with and then prepare yourself. But the opportunities are immense and everywhere. The issue is, are you ready to pick them? Yes, work-life balance. Oh, how do I balance studies with work? Get all these things. I can tell you that since I finished my Bachelor of Commerce degree, I have never gotten leave for studies. I've never left work. You know that I'm leaving for 2 years to go and study? I have always studied while working. But I gave you the tips earlier. I said you need to prioritize your activities. See which side at the time you are. If you've decided to enroll for studies, then you have to reduce on the social time. And you have to use the evenings. But once you have the passion, like I said, the time will be there. By all means, it will be there. When you do, there are online courses now, which on demand, you can get on demand other than in class. In person means you're there at the time. On demand means they finished and now you're following the videos later. So there are very many methods you could use that suit you, to enable you learn while you continue working. It has now been made easy. But most importantly, you should be able to study your own circumstances and know what is workable for you. Other people who will study at night, others during day, it's still different, but possible. Thank you.
So good morning. You have 2 minutes. Yeah, good. This issue of work-life balance, people keep throwing it around, wanting to balance life and work. Does it make sense? You guys are accountants. How do you measure work? How do you measure life? Yeah, and then how do you balance it? The trend is all about what we call work-life integration. Yeah? You will be frustrated if you spend your time trying to balance your work and your life. That is something you can't control. So try and integrate it in everything you do. Because to this day and age, there is no way of differentiating. Ever since we had COVID, people are working from home. There's no even space between office and home anymore. Yeah. So really think, musale pressure. Yeah. Just integrate your work and your life, and everything will be fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jangole. And before you leave the stage, I would like to give you a token of appreciation on behalf of the audience. Since our first speaker is somewhere out there, we will recognize him when he reappears. But without further ado, where is he? What happened to you? Stephen, allow us to appreciate you for the 12 plus hours of preparation and the 1.5 hours of delivery. That was also amazing. Thank you very much, Stephen. And as we earlier agreed, it's 12 o'clock. We are starting at 12:15. Kindly let's break off for that tea or coffee, whatever you fancy. Thank you very much for sitting in, and we look forward to engaging for the next. It's on both sides. The refreshments are served on both sides, so whatever is nearer to you, kindly access that.
Yes, I do.
What you do?
You want to share that with me?
Let me just put my laptop.
It's okay. It's okay. Please. Please. Our security, our laptop safe. Where is, yeah. Just be careful of your neighbor.
I'm always amused when people graduate and I find that today I think as I was coming down, UMI was graduating up here and people are walking with their gowns on the street. So they are very, very happy to have graduated. Even more amusing is when they turn up at NFT with their gown and their dad and mom to look for a job. So we need to stop that kind of mindset and see how do we then deal with situations when I am all on my own and I'm looking for a job. I was asked to talk about CVs, how to write a good CV, and some of those things we need to do in interviews. But then I decided to take another route. Because if you want to write a CV, a good CV, guys, the previous speakers spoke about the fact that we have AI. Yeah? We have so many templates online that we can utilize. Yeah? So I'll talk about the things you need to miss out on your CV. We will not go into the detail of what it is. But first of all, I wanted to tell you a little bit about what we do at NFT. I never miss an opportunity to market my business. This is our mission, to transform organization and unlock individual potential. And this is important to you. Your potential is not just in being an accountant or qualifying in whatever accounting field that you are. You can do a lot more. You know, and the previous speakers were talking about that kind of mindset, a growth mindset that doesn't force you to stay rooted in what you studied. One of the things that you need to look at on your CV, if you want to get a decent job, you cannot put qualifications on your CV that are over 10 years old. So those people who did ACCA or whatever in 2007 cannot be putting that qualification on the CV. So anything beyond 10 years is irrelevant these days. Yeah? So please make sure that you're very clear on that. What is our commitment? Our vision is to make a distinctive contribution in society through the relevant solutions we offer. And this should always apply to every one of us. Yeah? If you're not contributing to anything, if you're not making any, if you're not creating relevance or value in whatever you're doing, then there's a reason why you're not getting where you are at the moment. So one of the things is to always, I'll just give you an example. A friend of mine was telling me that in Africa, we should be rich. Why? The biggest thing to do in anything we do is to solve a problem. And we have so many problems here, you know? So there's no reason why we're not our solutions don't deal with the problem that we have. So that's one. So these are our values that we take. We call them the non-negotiables. And the problem we are solving for us at NFT is the problem of joblessness. Not just any job, but really sustainable jobs. And we look at things like how is the person, how will we unlock their potential? What is the environment in which they are in and they're working? So it's important. That's why you see around you, there's a company called Toliweka around here. When you look, do you have any of those little things? Yeah. Please, guys, as I'm speaking, can you take a scan of this thing? Can you put it up for them? If any of you have it. This will help you assess your mental health at the moment. Yeah? So scan it. So mental health in the workplace is very, very important. If you have time, and it will tell you, maybe if it is red, please let somebody from Toliweka here know, so we can refer you to Butabika. If it is amber, not so bad. If it is green, you're doing well. Yeah? It will tell you exactly what is happening in your mental health right now. So it's important for us to always have an enabling environment in which people are working. The second one is around making sure that the companies we deal with, the people we work with, have the relevant policies in the business. So with those things, we have managed, go ahead. Move forward. These are the kind of solutions we offer, and these are the countries we're in. We're currently in 14 East and Southern African countries, and those are the relevant solutions we're offering. But today is a special day. Move on. Today, I want to celebrate our partnership with ACCA. So if you move to the next picture, Baker. This picture was taken 20 years ago. I was seated behind there. I was doing what I'm doing right now, coming to talk to young students about CVs and all that. So that's me there with a laptop in front of me, still gray. And today I want to celebrate ACCA. Can I have the team here? Because we have a gift for you. 20 years in business is not easy, guys. Yeah? And 20 years of loyalty, of service, of a client staying with me for 20 years, and this is what I want to celebrate. Can I have Anita Akera here? Can I have Jackie? Where are the bags? Yeah. When we met them, they were young girls. Yeah? They started working for NFT. Anita still works for us. Their children are now my grandkids, you know. But that is the relationship I've had with them. Oh. So, where's the team? Are they having breakfast? Anita, come on. Guys, I'm not going to move until... Jackie, come on. So I've hijacked your stuff. Come. I know, sorry. Yeah, so these young ladies started at NFT. Yeah, and they are still serving you. Anita, you're still with us, yeah? Right? Thank you so much. Yeah, this is for you. This is for you, Jack. Thank you. Thank you, babe. And this is for, oh, I wanted your boss to be here. This is for Charlotte. Where is she? Oh, we'll give it to her at the end. Yeah? So this is just an appreciation for the business and the service they have offered to NFT to celebrate. Let me tell you, the significance of this, they were my first client, and they have been with me for 20 years. Thank you so much. So we are going to go to what brought us here. Move on. Writing a winning CV, and go on next. Yeah. So the first thing we have, because I need to hurry up, I'm just going to go through them. The first thing you have on your CV is your personal information. In the lives of data privacy, all you need on your CV is just your name and your contact details. Please, some of you have written things like Owechtibwa, Mutabani wa Kabaka, you know, all those things that you don't need. Owefumbe, you know, that kind of information that is irrelevant on a CV. But what you're doing is you're trying to influence the person on the other side to pick you. I've even seen CVs where they're putting, this is my NRM card, this is my NUP card, yeah? It just creates a bias towards you. So please just limit it to your name and contact. Then there will be a professional summary. We'll go through this clearly on what is important, your skills. The previous speaker spoke about what are your skills, not just any skills, but your transferable skills. I have a degree in computing and electronic engineering. That is my degree. And I have done courses in engineering, in telecoms, I was heading network planning at UTL. I was heading data research and development at British Telecom in the UK for 15 years. I have those, but I have transferable skills that have enabled me to create a company that supports the IT-enabled industry, the ICT industry, the banking, whatever, for the last 20 years. And I will tell you, it is a profitable company. So I transferred from my engineering background into professional skills. And I'm able to lead a company because I did that. Otherwise, I would still be at British Telecom working as a technician. So that's the first thing. The other thing is your work experience. We're going to talk about what it looks like. Yeah? No more than 10 years. Please, anything beyond that is not relevant anymore. Thirdly, your education, certificates, and competence. Please do not list every conference you have attended. I had a doctor at Makerere send me his CV. It was 35 pages long, and all I saw were the conferences. Can you imagine if somebody sees that? That means you're not working. You're just flying from one place to another, you know? So CVs should be limited to just 2 pages. Then you have the opportunity to do voluntary work. Definitely important. If you don't have work experience, a lot of young people come to me, I have graduated, but I have no work experience. Right now, MasterCard Foundation is doing a more than $1 million program where they're putting young people into employment, and they're paying them because young people have come to them and say, we have the qualifications, but we don't have the experience. NFT is working on the same in Southern Africa. There's a team that is working in East Africa. Any of you that is looking for a job and is willing to take these entry-level jobs, they are willing to pay your salary for 1 year. Yeah? So, but they will not have, so you can't keep complaining that you don't have jobs, you don't have experience. When somebody is willing to even pay your employer your salary for 1 year to take you on. So those things are happening. Right now we have a need to create 12,000 jobs on this continent, and they're willing to pay for that. So anybody who needs employees, please apply for that scholarship. So that, as I said here, the tip is just a few pages long. Next. So as you're looking at your skills, there's a portion after your name where you have to have your skills. And these skills should be relevant to the job you're applying for. If you're applying for, there were some jobs that were listed here from the previous speaker that you can do, data analytics. Yeah? So you have to list the skills that speak to that. So data analysis, you need to have problem-solving skills in that sense. Project management, digital and IT skills. A foreign language is also important. Now, if anybody has Chinese, anybody will pick you up this moment because you're using your Chinese skills to get it to do accounting. So this is important. The hard skills are important as well. So go to the next one. But the most important skills that are hard to get are the soft skills. This is what we look at, communication and interpersonal skills. And there's something about accountants, you know. I was speaking to my friend who's an accountant yesterday, and she was telling me, as accountants, we don't have any gray areas. It's either black or white. And one thing I have noticed about accountants, you're very bad at running businesses. You're not very good at running businesses because you have no gray areas. It's either 1 + 1 = 2 and nothing else. And yet human beings don't work because businesses are managed and run by human beings. Yeah? So we have taken the computer skills and planted them into accounting, and we are very happy that we deal like that. So I'd warn you, if you're thinking of starting your own business and you're an accountant, take care. You know? We need to develop those skills: leadership, teamwork, adaptability, resilience, critical thinking, decision-making, emotional intelligence, and the ability to manage conflict. Go next. Okay. So we are going to put these skills in practice. I want you to decide to do what I call to find what your skills are. Yeah? So we're going to break you up into how many groups? I can't hear you. 5 groups. Why? How many portions do you have? How many people? How many boxes do you have? What do you mean 5? How many bags do you have? No. Hmm? I know. Have you shuffled it? So how many total bags? How many? Okay, so we're going to have 5 business centers. Can you please help me arrange them into 5 business centers? Are we ready? Can you walk around? 5 business centers. Can we have 1, 2, 3? There are 4 already here. 1, 2, 3, 4. So these are the 4 business centers, yeah? And you're going to turn around to the table behind you. So these guys, turn and look at here. This is going to be your group. You have that. These guys, turn and look here. This is your company. Can I have my team help me distribute these things? Okay, you want to create another group? Okay. That's okay. You want to count them? So you are giving. Yes. 3, 4. Here. And that one. 5 groups. Yes.
No. So let's have this. This line come closer here. I'm requesting like this line, please, you come closer here. All people from that side. So this is one, we look at this as one business center. We want to have 5 business centers. So in each business center, we shall have 6 groups. You get? So don't worry, you're going to get it. So one business center, this group too, please, you join this group. Then I'm requesting this to join here. If you can come this side. Find a common place here. This is another business center. Let's first split it like that. I'm requesting this section here, if you can join this side, find one common place, please. This is another business center. Those are 3. Okay. If we can have here, this, if you can join, we have one business center. So please kindly join the other team. So those are 4 business. Then here, yes, please you join. I think you join these people here. So that we have, those are 5 business centers. 1, 2. Yes, so I'm going to shift to those ones. Okay. So kindly join the other side. Yes, kindly stand up and join the other side. Kindly. Yes. Okay. Let's try to do it quickly.
Sorry. Let's hurry up.
So please also join them.
And the other guys?
Yes. So yes, also you join that group. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5?
Yeah, sure. 1, 2. So you need to come closer. This is one business center. Yeah. So let's find a common place. We'll be closer. Yes, like this team here, kindly find a common place. Kindly, quickly. Thank you.
So how many do we have?
So this is 1, 2, 3.
But this is too small.
Okay, this is 1, 2, 3.
Guys, come and join this
3,
team.
4.
Guys, come and join this team. This is another one.
Yes. It should be another one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, this is the 5th one.
Number 5.
Yes,
so
this is the 5th one.
Those ones are too close to each other. Those ones are too close.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is 5.
Okay, so now we have 5 business centers, but then in each of you, you're going to transact in your business center. So if you can label them maybe A, B, C, D, E. You get it? That's your business center.
What it means is that you don't cross business centers. Yeah?
Yes.
You stay in this group, you only talk to people in this group, yeah? This is why I'm a bit worried. These guys are too close. Is this one business center? Like,
no, this is a different one. So if you can, don't cross this side and don't cross this side. If that's okay?
yeah, but there are too many. These are too few.
Okay.
Those guys are there too many.
I'm requesting this desk here.
This
kindly
table to join here.
Yes, this
Yeah,
table here.
please join
Kindly
here.
join.
Guys, see yourselves. Don't move out of your center.
Then
You
I'm
can
requesting
walk,
that
but
you
don't
you
try
come
and
here.
go
Let's
on
let us
the other side.
be close to each other
some
here.
chairs there. And these guys just interact here. Yeah? So have we got 5 tape? We can drop 5?
Okay, now we are going to do this. Here, I need you to divide yourselves into 6. Still, 6 groups. In each business center, I would like you to divide yourselves into 6 groups in each business center. So,
Okay.
yes.
So here you divide yourself into 6 groups.
Yes.
Okay, how many
Quickly,
are we?
let
You
us try
divide
to,
yourself
you know,
into 6
to-
groups. It will
to
probably
move
be
quickly.
around groups of 5.
You can choose to be one,
Like
one,
that,
right?
yes. Divide
You
yourself
can divide
into
yourself.
6
Please
groups.
try to
You
make
can
sure
decide
there's
this table is
yes.
one group.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
So
This side is one group. That is one group. I
Kindly
need
push,
6
kindly
groups
push.
in each. Yeah?
Yes, yes.
You can even turn
So
and
this
look
is
back on
one
the other
part,
side.
right? So in each business center, we need to have 6 groups still.
All right. You want to do that? So I count
Let's
you
try
1,
to
2,
be
3,
quick,
4, 5,
please.
6. Yeah?
Let's move, let's
okay.
move.
Number?
Okay, so you can sit here 6. Okay, so here, excuse me.
Lady, number
Can we
3.
divide?
Gentleman in the red, number 4. 5.
Side, right?
6. Yellow? No, 1.
Okay.
Uh-uh. 5. 6.
3,
You.
4, 5. So
You
in
6.
this one
And
we
the
have
one next to you
5.
start. 1.
Kindly face the other side. That table. Yes. Face the
1.
other side.
1. 1 in pink. Sebo.
Okay.
1.
I would like you to move. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
The lady in that one, the headband. 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. With your numbers now, you can move.
Try to move here.
Okay, the 1s sit there, the 2s, the 3s, the 6s. Yeah? Can we do that?
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Do you want us to count you in or you're okay? Eh?
Yes.
Number? Say your name. Number?
You're together here.
1, 2, 3,
Together.
4,
So those are 1,
6. 1, 2,
5, 6.
3,
So you are 6
4,
in one business.
5, 6.
Is that okay?
Did I count it?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Move into your numbers now. Is that okay?
So
What is your number?
looking at
What's your number? 2. So move into group 2. Okay? Do we count out here as well? Are you okay? You're done? Okay, you are all in your 6 groups? Ah, excellent. So now drop. Yeah. Number 1 is the yellow. Who is number 2? Where are the 2s? The orange. Who is number 3? Is the red. You're going to have to stand up off your chairs. I don't even know why you're all like. Are we ready? Who is number 6?
Okay. So this is 1. So
And another one. Excellent. But you stay within your groups. Look for group 3. Look for group 3. People do not move out of your area. Are we ready? Is a sentence again, Dawari. Buli omu muwe sentence. You only trade within the 6 groups that you are in. Don't go elsewhere. Are we okay? You only trade within your groups. Are we ready? Have you got your numbers? I'm going to give instructions now. In that bag, you will find we are calling them the puzzle walls. In that bag, you will find a badge. That badge will say CFO or CEO. There will be the badge that says financial manager, and I want you guys to note out what their responsibilities are. Today, they will manage the entire management team and assist where needed. That is what the CEO will do. Actually, the best thing for you to do is actually take a picture. I love this. Excellent. Yeah? So in your team, you need to decide who is going to be the CEO and who is going to be the financial manager. Today, the financial manager, you collect money from the issue and issue money to the sales and procurement managers who will be required to complete the financial summary at the end of the session. This is your summary at the end of the session. This is really up your tree. Yeah? Have you taken a picture of these roles? Okay, next. The other roles I have are production manager. So please, in your groups, identify who's your production manager and who's your... Today, the production manager, you stay seated and issue the puzzle pieces. Ask for assistance from your team members. So the production manager's job is to buy. So what you have in each of these colors is a business. This business is represented in a puzzle. Yeah? Your job is to get that puzzle put together. Some of those puzzle pieces have been given to your teammates in your business group. They are in that business group somewhere. So your job is to go and buy and sell. Some of them, you have them. They are puzzles. Yeah? Your job is to go and buy and sell those puzzles until you complete that puzzle. So you're going to be given money. You're going to be given financial, something to keep your money, to show whether you're making profit or losses. Yeah? Your job, and use all your skill sets to make the most profit. Yeah? Make the most profit and complete your puzzle. So you will also have a procurement manager and an HR manager. So please get into your boxes, open them. So please open your puzzle and allocate yourself roles. Are we done? Put that puzzle on put that on your chest so we know who is procurement, who is HR, who is CEO, who is financial manager. Yeah? Please put it on. Choose. Patrick, are you all right? Yeah, you're fine? Okay. So have we chosen our roles, the different roles we are going to be in our groups? Yeah. So you have also been given money. How much is it? What do we call this money? Is it Uganda shillings or pounds or sterling? This one. Yes. There's no puzzle. Put that on your chest. What is missing? Just put then take 2 roles. Be creative. Take 2 roles. I've done this place where somebody is everything. This is the things. Choose who's going to be CEO and I don't know who. Who can do 2 jobs? If you're less than 6, who can do shirt? These are the skills that we're trying to look for. How quick we can get the decisions made, yeah? How quickly? If you're less than 6, take up 2 roles. Yeah? Let there be no, take their 2 roles. If you're less than 6, take up 2 roles. And find out what each role means. Are we okay? 5, guys, it takes 2 minutes to put a puzzle, or to put a badge on your shirt. So, yellow, you are a pet shop. Anybody with the yellows, you are a pet shop. On your little white thing, please create a name for your pet shop. We need a good creative name for the pet shop. If you are in yellow, if you are in blue or orange, in orange, you are a dentist. That is your business. Please create a name for the dental shop. If you're green, you are a takeaway. Please get a name for your takeaway. It is written on this piece of paper. This piece of paper has name of your team. So put it on here. Thank you. If you are yellow, you are a sweet shop. Please give your sweet shop a good name. Yellow. Yeah? If you are blue, or that little blue, you are a bakery. Please give your bakery a good name. If you are red, you are the hairdresser. Salon, hair salon. Please give your hair salon a good name. This is the red or pink. If you are purple, you are a pet shop. If you're green, you are a takeaway. If you're blue, you're a bakery. If you're red, you're a hair salon. If you're yellow, you're a sweet shop. If you're orange, you are a dentist. Put your name, come up with a name for your business and put it on this piece of paper. Write it down. Hurry up, guys. We don't have a lot of time. Anybody, any questions on which business they are building? I do not want to see badges on the tables. I need them on your shirts, clearly demarcating your responsibilities. I do not want to see any badges on the tables. Please put them on your shirts. We are good at following instructions, aren't we? Thank you. Okay, now we have decided who is who. Okay, so you have been given some money. I need you guys to count that money. Give it to the financial manager to count it and document it. What is this money going to be called? Can we have a name for it? No? You have 928 monies. Since we are not able to come up with a name, what name can we give it? Pesa? Peso? What? Pesos. Okay, so 928 pesos. Put it on your card. How much pesos? The financial manager, please record how many pesos you have. Thank you. We don't have another box? Because then they go here. No, why not here? Why are you putting? There are some people who are very few.
Yes, I'm merging these two businesses. Yes, that's what I'm merging them.
But the money doesn't matter into a business center. Don't worry, just let's do with whatever you have. Bano never Jena never know. How much money is due? How many money? These two don't have. All three don't have money. This business center, so just merging them shortly. What it is done, merging them. More from your boxes. What about, you don't have one under there? No. So, okay, so for the rest of you that are not being moved, please start, look at the puzzles you have, yeah? Give me what does the puzzle look like? You find numbers on your puzzles, eh? Have a look. They're numbered from 1 all the way to? Nancy, give me that. Give me the puzzle box. The puzzle box, the one that has the name, this one. Guys, they are numbered from 1 up to 25, yeah? The people in the pet shop, the purple guys, your numbers start with the letter E. E1 up to E25. The orange guys, your letters start with the letter F. F1 up to F25, yeah? So it goes 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah? Then you start, it goes from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. It just goes all the way up to 25. So 5 long, 5 down, yeah? So it starts from 1 to 5, and then you do 6 to 10, and then you do 11 to 15. So please look out for the purples use letter E, the oranges in F, green is D, yellow is C, blue, what I would call blue is A, and pink is B. Yeah? Yellow is C. Yeah, that is the sweet shop. 1 to 25. Yeah. So look at the puzzles you have. Do you have all your numbers? If you don't, check in your business group and sell and buy puzzles from them until you complete your puzzle. Yeah? Are we okay? So you need divide the ones you have to sell and the ones you have to keep. Excellent. Yeah? The maximum price you can sell a puzzle is what? 20 pesos. The maximum you can sell is 20 pesos. Sorry, the minimum. The minimum, okay, let's go lower. The minimum you can sell is 5. Yeah? Yeah. The minimum you can sell is 5. You decide what your maximum is. We need more about the road. Try not to go beyond 20. It's up to you to use your negotiation skills and start. So, do we know what each other's roles are? Who is the CEO? Who is the production manager? Try not to go beyond 20, but you can do whatever you want. Yeah. So let's start selling and buying.
Don't extend this side.
Within our business centers, let's start selling and buying. The first one to finish has to scream a word called, what is the word? Becca, forward my presentation. Please talk to your people, negotiate, barter trade. Eh? Get the puzzle going. The time is ticking, guys. We need to get this done in the next 20 minutes. No more than 20 minutes. Use a strategy to buy or sell your puzzles. This is your business center. Don't go beyond your business center. Yeah, please work within your business center. Here, this is your business center, guys. Yeah? These people here have your puzzles, so don't go elsewhere but within your business center. So you can only sell and buy here. Don't go beyond. They don't have your puzzles. You guys can only sell and buy in this group, eh? Yeah, they have all your puzzles here. So it is always good if you are selling that you stand up. Yes. And go and look for your puzzles when you still have money. Negotiate. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Any group that needs help?
Pardon?
Any group that needs help? Some clarification, please.
What's going on? I don't know. You decide what you want to do. If you want to sit idle, you sit. Other people are not idle.
So,
teamwork makes the dream work. You only sell within your business center here. These people have your puzzles, they have your money. Yeah? Guys, time is going. We are now 5 minutes past. Hello. Huh? I don't know. They should have taken photos. You can. Eh? Sorry. I think they are fine. No, they are fine. I think they are fine. When you finish the puzzle, you scream, Hausa. Please keep note of your money, how much you have sold, because the winner is the one with the highest profit. Yes. Are you okay? Look for your numbers from number 1 to 25 of your color. All right? Please get up and go and sell. Negotiate hard. You want to look at what it will look like when you finish? Just have a look. Just have a look at what just take a picture maybe. Eh? Yeah, what it looks like when it's finished. You do the purple one. Nas. Okay, let me have that. Nas. So this is what. Just take around and they take a picture. What it looks like when they are finished. Do you want to take a picture of this? This is what color is yours? Green.
Let us sell
Just
all the
take-
pieces
you are
that
the
do not belong
takeaway,
to us,
yeah?
and also
Just take a
buy
picture.
the pieces we'll need to assemble our puzzles.
Yes, there are others in the boxes over. We show them what it looks like. They can take a picture of it. Let me take. Yes. Please make sure your takeaway has a name. What the green will look like when it's finished. Yeah? Have you taken a picture of this? What it looks like when you're finished? Yellow. Just take a picture of your sweet shop. The sweet shop, yellow. Are you done? Mm-hmm. What color is this? Orange, eh? Take a picture of what it looks like when it's done. What is this, the dentist? Just take a picture of this. This is what it should look like when you finish the puzzle. You're done. Thank you. Is that a different class? Gundi to you, or it's the same? This is theirs. Okay. Eh? I said 5, and then maximum I said maybe 20. Is it okay? Eh? Maximum is what, 50? Minimum 20. Okay. So I've just been corrected. Minimum selling price is 20, maximum is 50. If you have already sold and you listen to me, munaye eyo, that's business.
Yes. So you're
Minimum
selling,
is 20,
yes.
maximum is 50.
Yes. So that's the price you are selling each piece. So you either sell it 20 or 50.
Yes.
So like the maximum,
Do you
you
wanna
don't
take a
go
photo?
beyond 50,
This is
and
what it
you
looks-
don't go
what color is
below
yours?
20 per piece.
Just take picture of purple. This is what it looks like when it's done. Hey. You people, time is going out. I can imagine accountants have failed to put a puzzle together. Guys, what's going on? Eh?
You are left with a few minutes. Let us sell all the pieces.
Hurry up. Guess what? If you stay with other people's money, puzzles, we are going to penalize you. You lose money. Eh? Do you guys know what your photo will look like when it's finished? You can take a photo of this. You are the one? Your takeaway. Hey. Mm-hmm. No. Some people are just selling here. You okay? Thank you. If you stay with other people's puzzle and you refuse to sell, we are going to penalize you money. So all your profit will go because you have refused to sell. You're the dentists? This is what your photo will look like. You have a picture? Oh, okay. Dentists, temukula bannamwe. 50. Maximum is 50. You can do whatever you want. Those are just... How are you? These people, what am I doing? Me, I'm here. I'm doing nothing. I'm idle. What do you want? Ladies and gentlemen, we don't have a lot of time. We are running out. Hustle, hustle.
Kindly
The hustle
do
is
not
real.
cross to another business center.
Do not cross into anybody else's business centers. Stay in your lane.
Yes, mind your business center. Don't cross to another business center. Yes.
How many accountants does it take to put together a 25-piece puzzle? Woo! Hey, this is so funny.
We are left with very little time. Let us sell all the pieces that don't belong to us.
5 minutes, guys. 5 minutes. No, 4 actually.
If you remain with a puzzle piece that doesn't belong to your business, you are going to deduct 10
points.
Pounds. Yes.
10 pesos. Okay, 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Guys, speed up the process. Just sell, 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 sell. Make money, guys.
Where are you from?
Make money. Has anybody finished? Three minutes remaining, guys.
Yes.
The stock market is closing. 3 minutes.
Kindly do not cross to a wrong business center. It will mess up the puzzle. You will not be able to assemble a complete puzzle if you buy from a wrong business center.
Yes. Two minutes before the market closes. 2 minutes. The market is closing.
If you do not sell puzzle pieces that don't belong to your business, you are going to deduct 10 pounds
Okay.
from your business.
Guys, get on. Everybody, you need to sell, sell, sell. We need to complete that puzzle. How much? Accountants. One minute, guys. 1 minute. I cannot believe you guys. Nobody has completed a puzzle. Wow. 25 pieces to put together. Sell, sell, sell. Sell, 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 guys. Hurry up. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Please do not cross to a wrong business center, please.
4.
We have 4 business centers. We have 4 business centers. Please do not cross to a wrong business center.
3. 2. 2.5. Are you done? 1. So everybody sit down. Sit down in your groups. Thank you so much. Do we have a group that has finished? What do you say when you finish? What does it say? Huzzah! Please sit back in your
we
seat.
have a group here.
We have a group?
Yes, we have a group here that has assembled their puzzle first.
Excellent. Can the finance manager please total up the money you have made?
Yes, so total up your money.
Please hurry up. We only have a minute.
Finalize your report, your financial report, financial
Please
summary.
do not go and try to sell a piece. Financial reporting, please complete it. We have 1 minute. Can we all sit back in our groups? All right, I'm going to pass. Are we seated? Please sit down, sit down, sit down, sit down. We only have 1 minute. Sit down, sit down. Accountants, sit down. Stay in your groups and sit down, please. Let's get some feedback. Quickly, quickly. Let's go. Patrick, help me. Can we tally the money, please? We see how much money you have made.
Let us finalize with our financial summaries.
Financial summary, please.
Please hand over your financial reports.
So for all your profit, count the number of puzzles that don't belong to you, multiply that by 10 pesos and deduct it from your profit. If you have made whatever money you have made, the remaining puzzles that don't belong to you, multiply it by 10 and deduct that money from your financial statement. Guys, sit down, sit down, sit down. Okay, I need to stop now. Guys, we need to stop. Guys, it doesn't take you that long to make a financial statement. Please stop. If you don't stop early, you're going to go late for lunch. And it not be my problem. Can you get them to finish? Feedback.
Please, we need your financial reports. Please hand over your financial reports.
And deduct the puzzles you've remained with.
We need to send you auditors. Each business, each group needs to send you an auditor. Please hand over your financial reports. If you're done with your financial report, please raise your hand.
Please remove the puzzles that don't belong to you. Each one of those puzzles costs 10 pesos. So if you have 5 puzzles that don't belong to your team, from your profit or loss, deduct 50. Yeah? Are we done? Are we done? Are we done? Guys, this is your job. I am going to take the financial reports now. The report is here. That is the one you have to fill in.
Dear accountants, we need those financial reports. Usually prepare for other businesses, please. We need them from your businesses.
Guys, it shouldn't take you so long to fill in this form here. Fill it in. Fill in and deduct the ones you didn't sell. Deduct the ones you didn't sell, please. Guys, we shouldn't be cheating. Do not cheat. Okay, me, I am giving up right now because I didn't know accountants were cheating. Trading is still going on. What are they called? Open market. Yes. What do you mean 2-2? Are they yours or not? What happened? Then make your puzzle.
So businesses that have not handed over their financial reports, we are going to cancel your,
just put them
your
in
financial year.
Put on, and these ones, you just don't deduct them. They are yours.
If you've not handed over your financial reports yet, you're out of business. You're not going to be considered in this financial year.
I
Please.
cannot believe. Can you bring your report, please? Put your name on it. Yes.
Yes, I so far have a business report here.
If you don't hand over your business right now, your business report right now,
so
put it down there. People have continued trading even when the market is closed.
We are having an auditor in this business.
Where's the money? I am so sorry, guys. The next speakers, I am so sorry because these people here, they take money seriously. Eh? My apologies.
Let's have your financial reports, please. We need to send you auditors quickly. We need to send you auditors to verify your final amount, your final results.
You probably crossed to different areas. That's why it happened. You crossed. You crossed. I don't know. They sold you what it was in. Very badly. Yes, but you crossed.
Please hand over your financial reports. I need to send you an auditor.
Have you finished you put your financial report down? They're actually not ours. They belong to somebody's business in another business unit. Are we done? Are you done? Please give us. All right, guys. Done. Are you done? Give me that. What is a loss or profit on that one? Okay, give me. Have you deducted? What's your book name? Sugar. Anybody else done? Are we still buying and selling? Give me that now. The market has closed. It has closed. No, give us. Count your money. Give me. Guys, we have to be honest. Now you see, now you haven't even. No, why not? Give me. Yeah, one. Yeah, guys, we need to stop. Come on. Give us that. The next presenter needs to come up with a number. If you haven't written, it doesn't matter. You've just lost. Okay, guys, let's stand back into our seats. All done now. No more. Put all your puzzles back in the boxes. Put them back in the bag. Thank you. Thank you. Turn back to the audience. Please put your puzzles back. It has ended. It must end now, guys. Thank you so much, guys. Baker, please help us pick up all the puzzles and put them in the bag. Jemima, help us put the puzzles back in the bag. Just put them in and collect the money. Thank you, guys, for participating. We could go on and on, but we can't do that all the time, yeah? Put all the puzzles back. Thank you.
Members, the market has been closed. Please let us put back our puzzle pieces in those small bags.
Can you turn around and let's get back to the...
Plus the badges, please. Let us remove the badges and put them back in the respective bags, please.
So what I'll do, I'll share this presentation with you guys so that you can look at it after, because the time has gone and I can't take on the time for the next presenter. I've shared it with Jackie. She can pass it on to you guys. So it will help you. The idea was to identify your skill sets, and other than those, what are your transferable skills? And I hope some of you have found out that you're good CEOs, you're good HR managers, you're good at sales and procurement, and that you're good at production, yeah? And also you're very bad at following instructions. Very, very bad. So thank you so much, guys. Thank you, and have a great day.
I know, that's what. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly clap for Elizabeth, and let's agree that she has given us an amazing 1 hour, actually slightly over an hour, and she helped you interact and network, which had not happened earlier. So you are paying for having come late. We should have enjoyed even her more. However, like we've promised, all presentations are going to be sent via link. And remember, there's a recording as well if you feel you need to go back, which will be part of that link, the recording of the sessions. I am calling for your attention, ladies and gentlemen. You can stay where you are as long as you face the screen, because the next speaker, Martin Mwebia, is an ACCA staff, and we've requested that he only uses 10 minutes, sharing critical resources from which the next speaker, one of our expert tutors, Lanre Sosanya, will be sharing exam focus and the support for constructed questions and how to answer them. We have among us a few students that have not yet registered, your prospects, sorry. If you know you haven't yet registered for ACCA, I would like to encourage you to first listen in to Martin Mwebia, and after that session, you can walk to the back, and one of our colleagues, Emmanuel, he's a gentleman at the entrance, will support you with the right answers for your questions. I hope that is clear. So, Martin, we apologize for a late start, but just confirm that you are online. As Martin confirms, I would like to hand over our appreciation on your behalf to Elizabeth and say we will definitely have you again. I don't know whether it will be a student summit, but would like to appreciate you for giving us value this afternoon. Thank you, Lizzie.
Thank you, thank you.
Martin, can you kindly confirm? Jackie, kindly support Martin. Martin, are you online?
Yes, I am on the line. Hi, Jackie.
Okay, kindly hold
Should
on
I
as
proceed?
we project your face. And thank you once again, Martin, for being very patient with us. We won't do it again.
All right, Jackie, just waiting for your confirmation, and then I will get started. Just confirm if you can hear me and if you can see my slides.
I'm Max. Go on.
Sorry.
All right. I take that to be a green light to go on.
Okay, well done, well done. Yes, please, where is your back?
You can speak in a minute. Huh?
Can I have that? Yes, this is.
Yes, Charlotte, I can hear you loud and clear. I hope you can hear me as well. Okay, so I proceed. All right. Thank you so much, and thank you, Charlotte and the team from ACCA Uganda. There has been lots of activity. I have been following the session since morning, and it's been a great session. I just request the camera crew to turn the focus on the audience so I can see them. Yes, thank you so much. Just need a confirmation from the audience. Please give me a thumbs up if you can see me and hear me okay, just to ensure that we are together. And in the meantime, I'll just say thank you so much for this time. I'll try keep to the 15 minutes that have been requested. So that means we stop at around 1:50 thereabout. So I will kick off with a bit about myself. My name is Martin Mwebia, as rightly introduced. I work as Education Support Manager here at ACCA, and that means I work with a team that is in charge of developing and deploying all the student support and support initiatives for our community of future members across the globe. Besides that, I am also an ACCA student myself in the strategic professional level. I'm currently taking my exams in strategic professional and looking forward to be an affiliate. So if you have done ACCA exams, which I believe all of you in the room have, I also do. So I know the pain of not passing when you want to, and I know the joy of scoring that pass and proceeding on to the next exam. So even as I share with you briefly, I will be combining that experience from where I sit as a member of staff for ACCA, as well as an ACCA student. I also have a bit of experience, probably not as much as the rest of the speakers who have spoken today, but I've spent the last 10 years supporting students in professional accountancy professions. So I'm trying to navigate my slides. I hope they are visible. The tech team can confirm if I'm happy to move them just so that we can move quickly. So in this brief session, I will share with you the study support resources that we prepare at ACCA. And there is a lot of content. I will restrict myself to the top 3 resources from the feedback we've received from our ACCA students in the surveys that we do. So we do provide lots of support initiatives. Most of you will have interacted with some of them. We have lots of webinars that we do. We have welcome webinars for students joining ACCA, for the first time. We have Kickstart webinars for those who've been away for some time and they like to come back and continue with their journey. We've got back on track webinars for students who have probably not passed a recent exam. And of course, we have the popular exam in focus webinars, which we run just a few weeks to every exam session. And we focus on different aspects of the exam preparation, including exam technique, including frequently asked questions, or whatever other aspect that students would like us to focus in that particular session. Now, we have the Get Ahead sessions, which we do for applied knowledge, applied skills, and strategic professional. And these are also geared towards letting you know what support is available for each exam session. We summarize all the initiatives coming up for that exam session within 30 minutes on YouTube. We have already set go series which we run on social media, and that runs in the lead up to the exam session. We share with you relevant resources and videos, motivational content, just to keep you on track to preparing for your exam. Those who have booked and sat exams before, you may have received the in-session emails, which are emails that we send in the last 5 weeks to the lead up, in the lead up to the exam. So every week we send you an email that shows or highlights what resources you should be interacting with in that particular week, just to help you break down the support and take up the initiatives at the point when it's most useful for you. So we understand there's a lot of study support resources. We understand there's a lot to do. So what we try to break it down for you in a weekly basis, so that you don't have to struggle to know, so what should I be doing this week? What should I be doing next week? We help you with that as well. Now, I'll speak more about the mocks and the debrief videos later. So I will proceed to the examining team guidance. So if you have done any other professional qualification, I don't know about that professional qualification, but personally, this is my third professional qualification. And out of those three, I haven't had any that has examining team guidance, hearing from the examining team in terms of an examiner's report as to how students performed in a certain exam or a certain question, how they answered it, what were the expectations, and what are the areas of weakness. So this is a resource that is unique to us, and I would highly encourage you all to interact with our examiner's reports. And all this is available on the ACCA study support section of the website. If you go to accaglobal.com, the students section, select ACCA and select the exam that you're studying, and you'll be able to access all these support initiatives that I have shared. So the ACCA study journey is broadly categorized into 3 phases. We've got the planning phase, and that comes at the very start of your decision to take an exam. So depending on whether you're doing on-demand exams or session exams, whether you're studying with a learning partner, which we highly encourage, or whether you're doing self-study, which is still okay, whether you're doing preparation for 3 months or 6 months in the lead up to your session, planning is very important. And for that, we have the ACCA Compass Planner, which helps you set aside time and identify the resources that you will need in your preparation towards the exam. The next phase is a prepare exam, and we've got lots of support here. We have the get ready modules, especially for those of you who have come in through exemptions. You need to be sure that your underpinning knowledge is up to date. And if not, then you can always go back to the content for the papers which you are exempted and bring that knowledge up to speed. We have the study hub, we have the My Exam Performance, which I'll speak to in more detail in a short while. We've got the topic explainer videos, which we launched last year, and they've now since been embedded into the study hub. And these are videos to help you grasp the important aspects of topics that students find challenging, so that as you go through the content in study hub or with your learning partner, you can understand those better. I've mentioned around the InFocus webinars, which we do in the lead up to the exam session. Now, the last bit of your preparation will be around practice, which is very important. And we advise that you begin this phase at least 1 month to the exam. Yeah. Jackie, if you can mute this meeting for me, I'll be happy. I'm getting a bit of feedback. So the practice session, we advise that you do it at least a month towards before the actual exam. And for this, we have mock exams and debrief videos, which I'll share shortly. And we have past and specimen exams, which are on the practice platform. Now, as I had mentioned earlier, we constantly get feedback from our students through our surveys. And last year we did a survey around our resources, and we got some amazing feedback from you all as students about how useful you find these support resources and which of these resources you found most useful. So I have picked the top 3 in that emerged in that list, and I'll be sharing more detail about my exam performance, about the study hub, and about the CBE practice platform. If we begin with my exam performance, so which I'll be referring to as MEP in short. So this is a support tool that provides you with valuable feedback on your exam performance, and it's available for applied skills exams, okay? So for those of you in the strategic professional level, we haven't rolled that out yet. So MEP is currently only available for applied skills exam for the non-variant papers. It's accessible through your My ACCA portal, and it is designed to help you as a student to gain insight into your exam results and gives you detailed feedback on your strengths and your areas of improvement. Now, just to clarify that this does not give you a detailed score per section. It doesn't tell you how many marks you scored in each question. Neither does it give you, a version of your answers that have been marked. Make that clarification in advance. Now, that feedback is given in 4 areas: time management, syllabus, objective test skills, and the constructed response. And I'll let you know how that feedback comes through. Now, as far as exam technique is concerned, you need to be on top of your time management skills. Always ensure that you have covered or attempted all the exam questions. Now, in this feedback, this MEP tool gives you insight into whether you managed your time effectively or if you need to practice more on this area. So the slide you can see on your screen, for example, section A, B, and C. So applied skills exams will have section A, B, and C. That percentage means the student managed their time very well in section A, fairly well in section B, and not very much in section C, okay? So that's how to interpret this result. So what does that mean? If you get, for instance, such a report, you probably need to be more brutal, I should say, in your time management, so that the time you have allocated for section A, once it runs out, please move on, just to ensure you have fair coverage over all the sections. The same feedback is given around the syllabus areas. And this, on this slide, for example, shows that the student had very good coverage of syllabus area A at 98%, and not very good, slightly fair coverage of syllabus area E at 48%. So how is this useful? In the event that you haven't passed that particular exam, you can use this feedback to identify which areas of the syllabus you need to go back and spend more time on. Even if you have passed this particular exam and there is another paper that builds onto it, so let's say this was performance management and you're going to be sitting advanced performance management at SP level, this will help you understand which areas you may need to refine more even as you prepare for your next exam. So you can take the steps depending on the feedback that the tool gives you. You still get feedback on the objective test skills. So the objective test questions test for skills, application, knowledge, narrative, and calculation. And just like the previous ones, you can see the student here was very strong in the narrative skill, very well in application and knowledge, and slightly lower in the calculation. So they probably went back to work a bit more on the numbers. So the similar feedback is given for the constructed response question. Question 1, question 2, the candidate was pretty much on the same confidence level for the constructed response question. So this is the MEP feedback. There is a lot more you can view detailed results, and this is accessible usually on the next working day after exams results are released. So if the results come out on a Monday, then you should access your MEP feedback on the following Tuesday. Now, I have mentioned these already, but just to highlight them again, why should you use or what are the benefits of this feedback? That feedback is very valuable because it comes from an exam that you have done and it's tailored to that, the exam that you have sat. It gives you guidance in terms of specific areas to focus on for future exams. And if you have failed marginally, for example, that just tells you need to work more on question practice. It doesn't stop at that. It recommends the resources that you can use to make that improvement in that area that you have highlighted. Now, in terms of practical tips, what do you do after you've gotten your feedback? Take a moment to reflect, identify where you can make those improvements. Use that feedback to develop a plan, okay? So for instance, if you had performed not so well in some specific syllabus areas, you may need to allocate some bit more time and go back and cover those specific topics or syllabus areas. And like I said, always refer to the latest examiner's report and use that in conjunction with your feedback. See how you can improve and ensure that you pass the subsequent exam. If you're studying with a learning partner or you have a group of ACCA students that you study together, you may want to share that feedback with them just to have a discussion, bounce it off someone, see if they can point out anything from their perspective that can help you proceed. Now, once you have gotten this feedback, the next cycle of the exam would be the preparation for your next paper. Yeah. And in this session, I'm going to share about the effective study. And the big question that's normally at the top of most ACCA students is, where do I get the content from, especially if you're doing self-study? And so I've got that answer for you here.
Introducing your ultimate study resource, ACCA Study Hub. It's a digital hub, giving you exclusive access to ACCA study materials on web and mobile. It's a revision hub, streamlining your studies and revision. It's the Knowledge Hub, providing study chapters, flashcards, quizzes, and practice questions, enabling you to test your knowledge and increase your understanding. It's an anywhere hub. Your study resources are at your fingertips, whenever and wherever you want to work. Just access via your My ACCA account. It's a preparation hub,
one of the
making exam time less stressful by making sure you are fully prepared.
Available for our ACCA students. You now don't need to worry about notes or where you get the content from. All that is accessible at no cost. So long as
it's
you're
a
an up-to-date
success hub,
ACCA student,
proven to help
access your
students
My
achieve
ACCA
better
portal,
exam results.
You're able to get access to the Study Hub. Now, this is how the Study Hub looks in case you haven't had a chance. It's very well laid out in chapters for all the exams and sections in the chapters. Very well laid out for ease of reading, whether it's on a computer or your mobile phone. It's very user-friendly, and I enjoy using it a lot of times. Now, beyond the chapters, you have access to the flashcards. So if you want to quickly test your knowledge, the flashcards are there. It pops up one term on the screen and gives you time to guess or remember what that definition was. And then once you click on it, it shows you the answer, so you can quickly refresh your knowledge using the flashcards. There are quizzes. So at the end of every topic, go to the quizzes, do that short quiz, 5 questions, test your understanding as you build up to practicing bigger and longer questions. Now, After the quizzes, there are longer practice questions at the end of the chapter, around 20, 25 marks or thereabout. And that helps you also to ensure that you have grasped all, the important sections of that topic. And that can help you now to proceed to practicing full exam questions on the practice platform, which is the last thing that we will look at today. Now, the photo on your screen is of someone swimming. I hope everyone got that correct. And I just want you to imagine that you have been invited to a swimming competition, which is in the next 3 months, and you decide that you're going to prepare for that swimming competition by simply researching on how to win a swimming competition. You download all the videos, you spend lots of hours watching videos on how successful swimmers do it, and you read a lot about swimming and how to win and how to be ahead of everyone else. What is your probability of winning that competition on the actual day? 0. Unless you actually get into the water and practice, see how long it takes you at the first instance, try again, improve your technique. There is technically 0 chance of you winning that competition just from reading or watching videos. So that's essentially what the ACCA practice platform does. The practice platform mirrors the live exam experience, okay? So it's a practice field. The exam platform is going to look just like the practice platform, and there are lots of questions there for you to practice. Get familiar with the examiner question style, get familiar with all the tools, know where the word processor is, know how to manage your time. So this is what we encourage you to do in the 1 month towards the exam, okay? We have noted that most students only access the practice platform, the last few days before the exam. So you don't get much value out of that because it doesn't give you enough time to practice, and you're likely to get into the exam, in a panicked mode or very anxious, and you're struggling to do basic things that you could have practiced and familiarized yourself way in advance. Now, the practice platform has lots of content, like I mentioned, specimen exams, practice exams, past papers, exams that have been sat previously. So all that for you to practice and, get into a simulated exam so that you're not doing anything new in the actual exam, apart from the new questions that you will receive on that day. Now, one of the important resources that very popular resources that we've seen being very impactful is the mocks, which we issue 3 weeks to every exam session. Now, we highly advise that you do the mocks in an exam environment, okay? Don't just open the question and read through quickly and read the answer. That's not going to help you a lot. So create an exam environment for you, block some 3 hours if you can, put your gadgets on silent and do that mock as if it was your actual exam. So that helps you get used to the exam pressure. ACCA exams are very time pressured, helps you be confident and be comfortable with that exam experience. Now, once you've finished that exam, you can always take a break, take a walk, or come back to it in the afternoon. Now, there's a self-marking option, complete with a marking guide and the model answer. So review your answers against the model answer using the guide that has been shared and allocate yourself and essentially mark your script. Of course, be fair to yourself. Give yourself credit where it's due and don't award yourself a mark where you didn't score 1, just to help you give yourself a fair outlook of where you currently are in terms of preparation. Once you've done that, the debrief videos are hosted on our YouTube channel. So debrief videos are videos of an expert tutor answering that mock question that you have done and helping you understand how that should have been addressed, okay? Now, if you're wondering why you should engage with the mock exams beyond what I have said, the data that we currently review and always have a look at tells us that students who complete a mock have 12% better pass rates, okay? quite a significant number there. So this just speaks to the impact and what the mock exams are doing to our students who are engaging with them. So one of the biggest lessons I learned personally is these mock exams are very useful in giving you confidence so that you're not getting into the exam room, with butterflies in your stomach and you're unable to type because it's an exam. You have gotten used to the exam. You know how to plan your time. You know how to quickly structure your answer, how to earn the professional skills marks, and you find that a better experience, which puts you in a comfortable space to now earn the marks as you answer your questions. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's my time. I have one final slide for the final tips. In the interest of time, I think I will go to it and then pick questions if we will have time. So in conclusion, if you forget everything else that we have said in this session, please do not forget the following. Number one, plan your studies and don't just plan. Stick to that plan. Flex it if necessary. Things happen and you can't do 2 hours on Thursday as you had planned. Always flex that, maybe split another hour on Friday and another one on Saturday, but stick to the plan, okay? Number two, use the syllabus and study guide more than you do, yeah? When was the last time you looked at the syllabus of the exam that you're sitting? The examiner has made it clear that anything in the syllabus can be tested, but nothing will be tested outside the syllabus, okay? So if I were you, and I am, because I am an ACCA student, I always like to work from the syllabus. That's what gives me sort of the context and how deep I should go into every topic. Number three, read the examining team guidance and apply that to your studies, okay? So you have the privilege of having reports written by the examiner speaking towards a certain exam that has already been published and saying how students performed and what should be improved, yeah? So make use of that resource, and it will be very useful to help you prepare to pass your exams. Number four, and finally, do your mocks as early as possible. Don't wait for the day before, don't wait for 2 days before. If you can do your mock as soon as it is released, 3 weeks or at least 2 weeks before, that will give you time to address any areas that you have identified and build up on your strengths. So in the interest of time, I will close it at that. And Jackie, I will leave it to you. If we have a minute or two to pick any questions, I'm happy to respond.
Thank you very much, Martin. And in the interest of time, I would like to request that we go for our next presenter. And should there be any questions, we will definitely respond to you online. Martin, I hope that is okay with you because we are literally out of our lunch hour. Is he off? Okay. In the event that you're not responding, I imagine you're off. Control room, kindly help with switching off that feedback. You can do that.
Yes, excuse me, good afternoon. Yes, I'm Patrick. I'm inquiring for those who have remained with the badges and any puzzle pieces, kindly send them behind. Thank you.
Kindly give NFT the badges and the puzzle pieces because this is what they do for their day-to-day trainings and some other work that needs those materials. And without further ado, I'd like to invite Lanre. Jack, in case Lanre's presentation is on. Okay. And I promise this is the last presentation, but it's in your interest. As long as you know you're an ACCA student, it is in your interest that you listen to Lanre. Then those who have not yet registered, this might not be very valuable for you at this point. I request that you kindly walk to the back. It is okay because we want to give you value for the reason you came for the summit. So for those who haven't yet registered for ACCA, kindly walk to the back and Emmanuel will receive you. But for the continuing students, we are happy to receive Mr. Sosanya, who is going to take us for the next 20 minutes, max. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. It's always a privilege to be able to stand in front of different people and be able to impart some form of knowledge. You've been, if you're here today, whatever reason that you have been here today, you've actually made a very good decision. I can assure you that ACCA is going to open so many windows for you. It's an opportunity for you to be able to expand your horizon and go beyond, right? Just as I'm waiting for my slide to come up, but just as I'm waiting for the slide to come up, a number of our speakers today have actually mentioned to the fact that, the world we are today is like artificial intelligence, Internet of Things are disrupting quite a lot of things. The world is becoming a global village. So in order for you to be able to adapt, it's important for you to also get the necessary skills and competence for you to be able to adapt. And ACCA happens to be one of those professional exams that can actually give you the leverage that you could use for you to be able to expand your horizon. They did talk about remote working. With ACCA, it's easy for you to be able to get all those kind of exposures, right? Well, as I'm talking to you currently, I'm a Nigerian. I live in Nigeria, but thanks to ACCA, I've been able to develop the skills and exposure that takes me across different parts of the world. So ACCA is going to help you. So if you're still doubting whether you should go ahead with ACCA or not, I can assure you it's the right decision. And just as Martin had mentioned, ACCA also tries to give you as much support as possible in order to help you as you go ahead on the journey. And as part of the support, I'm also here to speak to you, especially for those who are already, you've registered, you're writing the paper. And then even if you haven't registered, as long as you intend to still, register, write the exams, some of the things I'm going to be discussing here are going to be relevant for you as you move through your ACCA journey. So once again, my name is Lanre Shosonya, and I'm a tutor at Mad Abacus, which is a platinum tuition provider with ACCA right here in Uganda. So I'm going to focus my presentation on a guide on how to give constructed response when you're trying to solve questions in the exam. Martin did mention just some few minutes ago that when you do your exams, it's possible for you to be able to check what your performance levels are. And more often than not, whether you're looking at the paper at the application level or whether you're looking at it at the strategic professional level, one thing that ACCA will always demand of you is your ability to be able to give constructive answers. Some of those responses that you're probably used to at the university, you definitely will need to deal with some of them when you get to ACCA because it's practical. One of the speakers did said earlier that the thing about accountants, we just, the only thing we do is numbers, right? 2 + 2 is equals to 4, right? But the good thing is with ACCA, we're also we're going to train you in a way where you would understand that it goes beyond just 2 + 2 is 4 because you're going to be able to bring insights, right, into whatever it is that you're doing. Now, what you have here is just essentially an overview of what we're going to be looking at. We're going to look at what exactly do we mean when we say giving constructed, and what exactly are constructed response questions. What are the common challenges or pitfalls that you often find with students when they're writing exams? So we're going to go through some exam preparation tips, but there are some things on the slide and I'm just going to quickly, run. I would probably just quickly run through them because Martin has done enough justice on them. So we don't want to just keep you here and keep repeating the same thing over and over again. So we're going to, now typically when you see questions in ACCA, the way the paper is, the professional exam is structured, the papers you're going to do, even if you decide to write it from the beginning to the end, or you get exceptions and you're going to write, you get exemptions, you're going to write few papers, everything you're going to do boils down to questions that would often ask you to play with figures, and then questions that is asking you to just write essay. So how do you go about when you see calculation-based questions? How do you go about with narrative or essay-based questions? So these are some of the things we'll try to cover. One of the things I like to always encourage students to use is something called the SEA approach. It's just 3 basic things, Once you get to the point where every single time you put a response, if these 3 things can, be displayed in your response, I can assure you, you're already, on your way towards scoring the maximum mark possible. And then, of course, we will talk a little bit about professional skills marks and how you can integrate them, as well as some exam techniques and time management. And then we'll talk about some take-home strategies. Right? Now, when we talk about constructed response questions, what do we mean exactly? Now, these are the sort of questions you will see in the exam that requires you to apply theory to practical scenarios, which often will combine some numerical calculations, and in some cases, you're going to have to do written explanations. Now, there are some, so depending on the stage where you are at ACCA, there are some questions where there will be multiple choice questions or multiple task questions. So you just pick, just pick an option and you move on. But however, there are also some questions that are going to be dependent on you having to actually put down your answer in details in order for the examiner to be able to assess whether you are indeed, ready to pass that paper and move on to the next stage or not. So those are the kind of questions that we are going to be looking at where you are expected to give detailed responses. Now, constructed response questions will usually test not only your technical expertise, but they are also going to be able to, they would also be testing your ability to communicate and justify your answer. We know that, for instance, as long as you are an accountant, you're an accounting student, we do understand that you could prepare a cash flow, you could prepare the income statement, but then when you prepare the income statement or you prepare a cash flow, can you tell us the implications of the things that you have prepared? We don't want you to come out as accountants that would just be doing 2 + 2 is 4, right? You must be able to give valuable insight. And how do you build the skills to be able to give valuable insight? It starts with the exam proper. So at ACCA, we're going to give you questions where you bring the figures, but you must be able to also tell us the implication of those figures, not just telling us what the figures are. Especially when you get to the strategic professional level, it's very, very important, very critical for you to be able to, bring down your explanations in a way that marries with whatever it is that your answer is saying, right? So before we go and start looking at how do you answer questions in the exam, it only makes sense for us to look at some of the common pitfalls, right? In my experience as an ACCA tutor, over the years, some of the things that I've seen, having gone through students' responses in the exam, is to identify some of these things as being a major challenge. So you often look at a scenario where you're looking at a student's answer, right? And everything is disjointed, you know? Everything is totally disjointed. Imagine if, for instance, I'm asking someone to, I'm sure if you're here right now and this is a debate, right? And then we're being asked to do a debate, and maybe somebody has been chosen to debate on why they think education is better than money, you know. Remember those days when we used to do those kind of debates, you know. I was just telling someone yesterday that I think I probably should have chosen maybe money is better than education, right? So if I were doing a debate and I'm trying to talk about why something is good, positive, why it might be better, I'm sure you're not going to enjoy whatever it is I have to say if the first statement that comes out of my mouth is why that thing is actually not a good thing. So I'm supposed to be talking in favor of a concept, but I've started my conversations with the negatives of that concept. Then the next statement talks about the positive, and then the next one talks about the negatives, and then I talk about the positive. So I keep doing that back and forth. It gets to a point where the examiner is wondering, are you for this concept or are you against this concept? So it's important to have a logical flow to your questions. Oftentimes, when you find yourself in the exam with questions that requires computations, what I've always seen is that students are more interested in the figures, right? Especially when you're doing your corporate reporting, your financial reporting, your financial management, your costing, you know. All you just want to remember is the costing techniques, how to compute marginal costing, how to do absorption costing. But then when the examiner is now asking, a company is trying to decide between absorption costing and marginal costing, can you do computations to advise them on which is better? It becomes an issue. You could do your absorption costing computations, you could do your marginal costing computation, but you often might struggle to justify why one might be better than the other. And the challenge for you is that in ACCA, we're not just interested in whether you can compute, we're actually quite interested in whether you could tell us the implication of whatever it is that you must have computed. So it's a major challenge for a number of students who are writing ACCA. Sometimes, maybe because you are in a hurry, you haven't planned yourself very well. It's normal that you go into an exam, there are 4 questions, and then the very first question you saw is a question that you're very familiar with, so you decide to spend your entire time on the question. So because you have wasted too much time, you have limited time, and then you're rushing through the remaining. In rushing through the remaining, you often sometimes don't read all the task requirements. Maybe a question is asking you to talk about the characteristics of internal control systems and how a company could implement an internal control system. And then everything you're saying is centered around just the characteristics. Now, unfortunately, you will not be able to get maximum mark, irrespective of the number of points. Because what will usually happen is if the examiner had said 6 marks for that question, chances are high that you're going to get 3 marks for the first part of the question, and then you're not going to get another 3 marks for the second part of the question. So even if you write 5 pages, the only thing you're going to get is just the 3 marks. You're not going to get the extra other marks. So it's important for you to be able to complete the task and then also ensure that you manage your time very well. One of the things that could also always guide you in the exam, students often miss out, is your ability to always remember the professional skills. Now, at the strategic professional level, ACCA introduced 5 professional skills which are always tested in the exam. So sometimes if you can actually look at the task requirements and then you look at what professional skills you're being asked to demonstrate, it could help you in how you would put down your answer. All right? Now, in terms of preparing for the exam, Martin had already, mentioned this, but the key thing here is to always remember that you need to be able to do 3 important things. You must be able to have a detailed study plan. See, you're not going to do yourself any favor if you're preparing for the exam and you have decided to just, in your mind decide, okay, this is how I'm going to be reading. Your actual, the action itself starts from you dedicating, you're dedicating some time to prepare a detailed plan. Am I going to be spending, what number of hours am I going to spend in every week? Am I going to be reading every day? Will I be reading in the morning or am I going to be reading in the night? You need to ensure you have a detailed plan that matches to the topics you need to cover so that you can cover all the basics. And then, as much as possible, practice under exam conditions. ACCA always creates that environment for you to be able to do that. You could always use the practice platform, and then you could also always, participate in the mock exams, which will get you ready for the exam, and as much as possible, always leverage, leverage on people around you. There's an African proverb that says that the only reason why it looks like a monkey can fly or can swing, or the only reason why it looks like a monkey has all those fantastic skills is simply because the trees in the forest are actually close to one another. Bring a monkey inside this hall, and then there's no way that monkey is going to be able to swing anywhere. The monkey will end up pacing the hall just like I am doing right now. So sometimes you need to leverage on the people around you. It could be your colleagues, it could be fellow students like you. It could be coming for sessions like this. It would help you a long way, right? Now. All right, so moving on to the main focus, really, of this presentation, which is basically how do you attempt questions in the exam. Now, what I've tried to do is to create, look at it from two perspectives. Look at it from the perspective of those calculation-based questions, and then look at it from the perspective of those essay-based questions. Now, for the calculation-based questions, it's not cast in stone because whatever calculation that you have to do will influence to a large extent how you should go about writing that answer. It's going to impact on how you would do the answer. But what is important is that irrespective of the question, the task requirement, there are still some basic things, that are there. It's a constant, right? It's a constant that you must be able to compute and also be able to explain the implication of what you've computed. So, irrespective of whether the examiner is asking you to do a performance valuation, maybe the examiner is asking you to talk about net present value, you will always have to talk about whatever it is you've computed. So the steps that could essentially help you is for you to first be able to read and understand the question thoroughly. Take your time. You don't have to rush. I always recommend to students that really the best part of your time in the exam should actually be spent on the question, reading and understanding the question, not necessarily building your answer. Because you see, when you read and understand what the question is, it's easier for you to solve than when you don't understand and then you're thinking halfway and then, halfway down, you find yourself, boxed into a corner, and then you go back, you reread the question, and then you're trying to re-strategize. That is not a good thing for you because remember, you're competing for time in the exam. So the first thing, read and understand the question thoroughly by identifying both the numerical calculations that you're expected to do, and then also what are the explanations that I'm going to have to do to support this. Now, some calculation-based questions will be, they will be so obvious in terms of you have to compute and you have to explain, right? But in some cases, the question will just tell you to compute. They don't tell you to explain. But simply because the question is telling you to compute doesn't mean you're not going to have to explain the implications of some of the things that you're looking out for. The next thing is for you to carry out the calculations on a step-by-step basis. Write down each calculation clearly in a way that it's easy for the examiner to flow. there are some questions you would solve where, maybe you're doing performance evaluation, for instance, and you're computing ratio analysis. There are some ratios that you can compute in more than one way, right? There are 3 different ways, at least, that I can compute my my gearing ratio. There are 2 different ways that I can compute my capital employed. The smart thing for you to always do is to ensure that in those kind of instances, put as part of your calculation, let the examiner see what is the formula that you're using. This is my own definition of what constitutes capital employed, right? So based on that, the examiner understands what you're trying to do, and then the examiner is able to flow with it. And even if you will not do it because of that, you should do it simply because sometimes it is that formula, that breakdown, that also gives you an idea whatever it is you want to say, right? Maybe I'm computing something about interest cover ratio, and honestly, I've forgotten what interest cover ratio is. So I've done my computation. I can see that the company's performance, our interest cover ratio has improved from 16 times last year to 8 times this year. That is what I can see. But then I've forgotten, I don't know, is this supposed to be a good thing or a bad thing, right? If I could look at the formula, it could actually help me. And if you look at the formula for interest cover ratio, basically it's saying that it's your profit before interest and tax divided by your finance cost. Now, if I'm saying that this is my profit, if I'm breaking my profit before interest and tax, I'm breaking it down, I'm dividing it by my finance cost. What am I trying to do? It means that I'm basically trying to ascertain how many times am I generating enough profit to be able to cover my interest payment obligations. So from the formula, you could actually be able to get some of the things you would say to support what that response is. So always consider the relevance of the calculations, as this will be useful when you want to make recommendations on calculations. And just like I said, for calculations with formulas, the items making up the formulas can provide you with the significance of the calculations that you're doing. Most importantly, use a clear format. Now, depending on the paper you're writing in ACCA, some papers actually will usually tell you you must put your answer in a particular format. So you have to use it in that format. But some questions won't ask you to use a format. But whatever it is, it's important for you to always use a format that allows your response to be very clear and easy for the examiner to flow, right? So separate your numerical work from your explanatory comment by using a sub-heading as much as possible. And if you don't want to use a sub-heading, you can actually engage in the use of bullet points can help you to, clear or separate everything clearly. It's just like when you look at my slide, for instance, you can see strategies for calculation-based question. But looking at the way the slide is, it's easy for you to understand that the first bullet point is talking about something that is totally different from the second bullet point, which is also talking about something totally different from the third bullet point. But nevertheless, all the 3 are related. So that's why when you do your answer, or when you're putting your answers in paragraph, that's similar to the approach that you use. The entire paragraph might be talking about the same thing, but it's possible for you to have sentences in that paragraph that are talking about different versions of that same thing. Okay. Now, this is just a sample question. You don't need to actually worry about the technicalities of this. This is just a sample question in one of ACCA's exam, the SPR exam, where students were being asked to compute a company's, they are being asked to compute a company's fair value based on the different acquisitions they made. Now, what you have below is just what the students are expected to do. Arrive at 58.2. Now, this is a recommendation on how you should solve the question, a calculation-based question, based on what I've mentioned to you in the previous slides. Now, the first logical thing is for you to ensure that you start with a brief introduction that outlines your approach and what you will cover. Now, you could easily do this by making use of sub-headings, or maybe from your calculations, we could be able to see this, and then it will guide your, it's going to guide the reader on whatever it is that you're doing. Now, the next logical thing is you're moving into the calculations, right? When you want to do the calculations, present numerical calculations in a step-by-step format. Sometimes you could just use a table for you to do that, you know. Typically in the exam, there's always an option for you to move into a spreadsheet, bring a spreadsheet, and you can use the spreadsheet to do your calculations, you know, do it on a row-by-row basis so that you can see how, the examiner can flow with your calculations. Now, for each step, include a short explanation for your, maybe for example, you calculate the cost of acquisition, which based on the question was 30 million for the second acquisition they did. They did a first acquisition for 23 million, which later the fair value of that acquisition was 26, and then they did another acquisition for 30 million, and then the company they acquired paid them dividends of 2.2. So we're basically saying, how much is your interest in that company? That's what the question is all about. So what we're saying is that, you know what, you could break it down in a way that you follow each of those transactions. By following each of those transactions, it gives you room for you to be able to give explanatory comments where necessary to support why you have to do those calculations. As much as possible, if you could also look at the possibility of integrating some elements of the accounting standards or some elements of context from the scenario. Sometimes there are some context in the scenario that you might want to actually pick to support why you're making a particular decision. When we move into some later pages on the slide, you will be able to see those kind of instances. Now, most students will probably use this approach where there's no clear introduction or outline. You just go straight and you do your calculations. And then there's often an overemphasis on numbers without you creating any context. It's always a common thing, for instance, when you're looking at questions where students are doing a performance evaluation, and then you see a student says that gross profit margin has increased from 25% in 2024 to 30% in 2025, full stop. Similarly, net profit margin has increased from 10% to 12% in the period under cover, full stop. Now, if I were the examiner, I probably would be thinking that, well, I can see that the percentages are increasing. So you don't need to tell me that the percentages are increasing. What you need to be telling me is to be explaining why is the percentages increasing. And that's why sometimes it might look like, well, I got all the ratios correct, I got all my computations correct, and then when result comes out, you often realize that you haven't really scored that well. It's simply because you've given those kind of answers that are just too brief, answers that doesn't really explain anything meaningful. Especially where you have questions where the examiner is saying that you should, provide information, provide support, provide data that can help the management of a company to make a decision. Now, the only thing you've done is to give them the figures. They can see the figures as well. But until you start explaining to them the implication of the figures, they have no idea what you're talking about. And as ACCA students, we're trying to bring the set of accountants who are going to be able to give value for money. You're going to be able to bring value to the company and not just, punching calculators. Anybody can punch calculators, right? Thank God for AI. Anybody can, even somebody who is not an accountant now should be able to actually compute some of these basic ratios. They could just go there and then key in some figure. But you need someone to still be able to interpret it. And you are the guys who are expected to interpret these figures that you are computing. Now, if you look at the that same question, so if you were to put down your answer, if you want to say that you've been able to put your answer down in a way that is very well constructed, what I would be expecting is to be seeing something, the first answer, where you're going to be able to, tell us what you've done and then tell us why you're doing what you've done. right? And then depending on the task requirement, you might even want to be telling us the implication of that. As opposed to the second question where, it's almost like when you are hungry and someone is asking you, to gist with them. There's a way you just give them a very short, abrupt, do not disturb me kind of response. So you see this person who just says, the investment was acquired for 30 million and later revalued. After adding the profit share, the final value is 58.2 million. Both of them have arrived at the correct value, 58.2 million. But however, the first one is providing more insight than the second one. And usually for calculation-based questions, just in case you don't know, the examiner is often less interested in the final outcome. What is important is in the step. So where you're going to be picking up the point is on the steps you have taken in the explanations that you have given before arriving at the final point, right? So please, whatever you do, try to avoid that. Now, for list or essay-based question, these ones are often a little bit tougher, a little bit more difficult, because for calculation-based questions, if you know what you're doing, as long as you do your computations, you follow your computations, you definitely are going to be able to, have an idea of whatever it is to say. But the problem often comes where you're being given questions where you need to give your own opinion, give your own thought, essay-based questions, and this sometimes is a little bit trickish. So it's because of these essay-based questions that I came up with, I always suggest that you try to adopt the SEA approach, which you could actually also use for calculation-based questions. But before we talk about the SEA approach, the key thing to always remember when you have essay-based question is that you must be able to, first and foremost, draft an outline with clear headings that mirror the parts of the question. Now, what I always recommend is you've seen the question, you have read the scenario, you have seen the question, you know what the answers are, right? You already know that you are most likely going to use 2, 3, 4 points for you to be able to explain that particular question. The smart thing for you to do is to first list it out, right? I'm going to list it out, A, B, C, and D are the 4 points that I'm going to discuss. And then after listing it out, A, B, C, and D, you start asking yourself, in which order am I going to then talk about them that ensures that there is a logical, coherent flow to whatever it is that I'm saying? Or is it possible that I could actually, bring B and C together, as I'm explaining, I can explain B and C together. So list them out and think of the points that could actually, flow together. So that's the things you try to do first. And then once you've been able to decide, this is the point I'm starting with, these are the ones that I'm going to put together, the next thing is for you to start putting it together in a way that you have to ensure that is very clear. Now, it's always advisable for you to use short sentences. The pressure, the anxiety of the exam would sometimes result in, I don't know if it ever happens to you, but it used to happen to me as a student. It still happens to me as a student because like my fellow speaker said earlier, you have to continue learning. So I'm always still learning. You go into the exam, you see a question, you struggle to come up with points, right? And then after 15 minutes of deliberation, you probably have concluded, even if I don't know what to say, let me write something. And then you pick your pen to write that one thing. The moment you pick the pen or the moment you start typing, then other points start following, isn't it? So because other points are following, you are rushing the one you had so that you can quickly ensure that, I don't forget this other one that is coming. And then what that often does is that it makes you a little bit distracted, which is part of the reason why always jot it out. Even if you're writing, you're developing that point, and another one comes in, just quickly scribble that one somewhere, jot it somewhere, take your time. It's always very good for you to plan your answer so that you don't put yourself in trouble. So avoid using, your sentences should be short. Your paragraphs should also be short. I would recommend that whatever you do, a typical paragraph for you in an essay-based question should not be more than 3 sentences. 3 sentences and you're done. When you're going beyond 3 sentences, it becomes too lengthy. Unless in that paragraph, you are having to develop more than 1 point. So if your points that you're developing is maybe 2 or 3, yes, you could write a little bit lengthier. Because sometimes students are trying to convince yourself so that you can convince the examiner that whatever it is in that paragraph is correct, right? You don't need to. Just first sentence, second sentence, you're done. At most, third sentence. The more you write, the more you are not sure of what the answer is. And if you're not sure what the answer is, why are you actually spending too much time trying to force it? Move on, right? Avoid unnecessary repetition and keep your explanations direct. Always remember that it is the quantity and not the quality that really counts. And as much as possible, link your theory with practical application. So reference any technical technical knowledge that is relevant to the question. It might be the scenario itself that you might actually pick something from the scenario to support whatever it is that you're saying. So the SEA approach basically simply means 3 things. When you put down answers, right? And, this is also something you can even take home and use in your daily lives. It's not just about the exams. After all, the skills we're learning is not just for the exams. So it could be in your workplace and they've asked you to probably, prepare something, prepare a report, do something. Whatever it is, what you need to always try to achieve is that any answer you're putting down, always ensure that there are 3 elements that the examiner can easily see. The first one says you must be able to state what your answer is. Now, remember, if you're writing an exam, at the end of the day, there's always a marking scheme that is going to be used to mark you. And how does the marking scheme work? The examining team has created the question, and then based on the question, they've said, you know what, to answer this question, these are the ideas that you should be thinking of. So they list those ideas. So we want to be able to see if everything you're writing, you are actually saying something that is, related to any of those ideas that is in the marking scheme. So put your answer down in a way that is obvious. State it, and then most importantly, explain what your answer is. And once you're done explaining, apply that to a scenario. Now, this is just, an example of how you could do it. And it's important for you to also note that to achieve the SEA approach, it is not compulsory that you must always separate all of them. You can even put them together. Your stating could just be you putting a bullet point. What are the advantages of a concept? And then maybe, for instance, they are saying, what are the advantages of diversification as a strategy, right? And then what comes to your mind is that, diversification is going to help a company to spread its risk. It's an opportunity for them to, reduce their risk exposure in one industry by moving into another industry, which is a good thing. Stating could be you saying that as your first sentence. Diversification helps a company to spread their risk, full stop. And then you explain it. Or you could actually just write an header or an heading, a title. And that title of the point is spreading of risk. And then you explain and apply to the scenario. So that's how you state. And then when you explain or apply, sometimes you can even put them together. But I just used a quick, something brief to show you how you could achieve this. Maybe a question is saying, what are the benefits of having non-executive directors on the board of a company? And then in order for you to, exhibit, give a response that is well constructed, you probably would say that having NEDs helps to boost, as their presence will provide checks and balances on executives, thereby protecting shareholders and investors' confidence. This will help the company attract investors who will provide the necessary funding required to fund the expansion project being considered. Now, what you're going to see there is that anyone who picks this response is able to actually link whatever it is that I'm saying to that scenario, to the question. So one thing you need to also ensure is that when you're giving essay-based answers, when you read your answer, ask yourself, is my answer looking like I am addressing the scenario, I'm addressing this problem in my front, or is my response looking like I might as well be gisting or talking about or making commentary on that problem, right? So it's important for you to always do that. So this is just how you could do this. And on the slide, I also created, some examples that you could see. Some of them are related to calculation-based questions. Some of them are related to essay-based questions. So maybe you look at this question, for instance, a company sells its products at a particular price, and then someone comes in and say, we're going to buy a bulk amount from you, but on one condition, you're going to sell for us at a discounted price. If you sell for us at a discounted price, we're going to purchase 1,000 units of these items from you every month for the next 6 months. And then the company is looking at this and saying, you know what, their accountant, and that's what will usually happen in the real world. The managers will always come to you to help them make value-based decisions. And they've asked you as their accountant, does it make sense, for us to go ahead with this? And that's why the examiner is saying, carry out an evaluation of the discounted selling price in the proposed contract between PSS and buyer limited. And if you're using the state approach, your typical answer could look something like this. PSS currently sells the mattress at 240, but the proposed contract would require PSS to sell it at 190. You're putting something in there that makes it obvious what the conversation is all about. And ideally, that's how you do your paragraph. The first sentence in your paragraph should tell me what I'm going to be reading as far as that paragraph is concerned. So you could see that, and then the next thing says, this represents a lower selling price of 7% than the recommended retail price. You're still explaining, and then the effect of this is a potential reduction in the overall profitability of PSS if it were to take up that contract, which you're basically explaining. Now, you might argue, so I purposely put this. It's possible for you to argue that, shouldn't this be an application? But if you look at it, you're saying, without really showing evidence, that it could affect the company. So if you're saying that it could affect the company without really showing evidence or any link, then we can't really rely on whatever recommendations you're making, because you might as well be making a guess, which is why that will still count more like an explanation. And then the actual application is where you're now saying it is highly likely that PSS ROAS will take a hit, which is going to be a major cause of concern as its current ROAS is lower to the industry's average. Now, that second explained sentence, you could have also, if you want to turn it into apply, right, without you computing anything else, what you could have done is to basically say that the effect of this is a potential reduction in the overall profitability of PSS, as PSS is going to have to dedicate resources to that particular contract, even though the selling price available to it is going to be minimal. At that point, you're applying. Applying is just basically saying, whatever your point is, can I see it in the context of the company? Is it relating to the company? Once you do that, I'll be able to see that application. But most times, like I said earlier, it's often more pronounced. SEA is more pronounced when you're trying to do narrative-based questions. For instance, the management of Uganda Airlines have approached you and they've asked you, what is this thing that people are talking about called artificial intelligence? I've also heard something about Internet of Things. Is it making sense? Is it reliable? Can we use it? Tell us the extent to which we could use this as a company. And if you want to answer that and you're trying to do the, SEA, first thing you could do is to say implementing AI and IoT can significantly enhance the airline's operations by streamlining processes and boosting safety. Now, AI algorithms the first thing you're doing is you're trying to say, well, it can help us. But you're not being specific in what way, right? Your application is where your explanation, and the reason why I say you could often do your explanation and your application together is that, you see, the stating is saying what the generic benefit is. The explanation or the application is where you now try to say, this is how we can embrace and use it. If we take Internet of Things, we would be able to use, we'll be able to put sensors on the aircraft that are going to be able to, as we're flying, they are collating data, right, from the sky, which can help us in predicting the weather. That is an application, right? So you could explain and apply together in the same sentence. It doesn't have to be always separate. The most important thing is for you to ensure that you put down your answer in a way that it's applicable to that scenario. All right? So, like I said earlier, there are professional skills in ACCA that will often always guide you when you're trying to put down your answer. There is communication, there is analysis, there is evaluation, commercial acumen, and skepticism. All of these things will always help you sometimes in trying to put down your answer. Because some of them, like skepticism, for instance, will say, question, probe, it's like as I'm, standing here before you now and I'm trying to tell you SEA approach and all of that. Skepticism is where if at the end of the day I now say, questions, and then you guys are saying, okay, are you really sure that the SEA can actually really help me in the exam? Don't you think if I'm using the SEA, I'm going to spend more time? That skepticism, if you're bringing some of those things into how you solve your question, they could actually help you to even provide better commentary on the questions itself. Embed professional qualities in your response by using clear headings, bullet points, logical sequencing as much as possible. Technical calculations, can also help you give rationale for each, provide a rationale for each key points that you do. And most importantly, when you're going in for the exam itself, it's important for you to always, time yourself very well. Time management is important. It's always recommended by ACCA that you need to find a way to ensure that when you go into the exam, look at the total number of minutes that you're going to be spending in the exam, allocate it to the total number of marks available. That tells you, on average, how many minutes must you spend on a particular question. These are some of the things that could help you in the exam. All right? So I don't know if you have questions for me. Questions or clarifications or comments based on this presentation.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm quite impressed by your submission. My name is Tendo Henry Martin, a student at Chambogo University in his final year, pursuing a bachelor's in accounting and finance. I'm an ACCA student as well, level 2. I actually had never got a chance to get such insightful information. I'm really quite impressed. You talked about AI, and it actually reminded me, was it a year ago? I was doing internship at a certain bank under digital banking. And my boss didn't know AI, didn't know nothing to do with AI. He was doing internal memos, reconciliation and remittances and so on and so forth, but he didn't know how to use AI. And I told him, you don't have to do the internal memos, you don't have to do these reconciliations and you're on your own entirely. You can do them, yes, for further, but AI can help with these things. And before you know it, in a week's time, I was running the department. He was impressed. Thank you so much. I'm just giving remarks and comments. I'm really impressed.
All right. That's very good. That's impressive. Like we said, ACCA is training you not just for you to be able to be a passive accountant. In fact, the title CFO for most companies now is actually, that title is being changed. A lot of companies are no longer referring to their CFOs as Chief Financial Officer. CFOs are now being seen as Chief Value Officer. So it's not just about, coming in to, I know the figures, I know what the standard is saying. You must be able to talk about the implications and all of that. And the best way is for you to actually start it right there in the exam. Thank you very much for that contribution. Any other one, please?
Yes, thank you, sir. I'm Agume McDonald's, student at Tumuk doing BCom, at the same time ACCA. Yeah, you talked about the good explanation and the bad explanation. Like, let's say, for example, when you are calculating, and let's say I'm having a wrong answer in the digits, but my explanation is very okay. Can I be awarded those marks of explaining well, or?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely, yes. So that's part of the reason why, it's important. The step is more important than, in fact, if I were to tell you my own experience, when I wrote advanced financial management, it was, the question was a 50-mark question. You go into the exam, you don't know a 50-mark question, you might as well just drop your pen and go home. And then the first question, task 1A, you needed to compute a cost of capital, a weighted average cost of capital, and then based on your computations of the weighted average cost of capital in task 1, you then move on to task 2 and then do a net present value. Now, I look at my time, I look at the things I will need to do in task 1A to get that cost of capital that I'm going to use to do task B will probably take me about 15 minutes in the exam to do it. And then the total mark allocated to it was 4 marks. And then task B, which I need the discounting factor for, is about 20 marks. So you know what I did? I just moved on to task 1B, and my first statement said, assuming the cost of capital computed in A above is 10%, and I moved on. I'd rather sacrifice the 4 marks to save 15 marks for the things that I know. So it's the anytime you're being asked to do a computations that needs explanations, commentary, the examiner is interested first in the step, second in the commentary, and third in the final outcome. So if the final outcome is wrong, as long as the step is right, as long as the explanations, the commentary are right, you're still going to get reasonable mark. You won't get the maximum, right? But you will get something. It's always better to get something than to get nothing.
Any other questions? Landry, I think we're good.
All right. Thank you. Thank you all very much for having me. To enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, Landry. And before you leave the stage, I'd like to first hand this over. And mention it's just a token of the audience's appreciation, but also from the ACCA office to really acknowledge the time you've taken, not only to prepare for this, but also sitting in and listening in from the first presenter to himself being the last. There is a comment that came from the student of Chambogo. Landry is one of our expert tutors. He's at Matt Abacus. He's a Ugandan Nigerian, or the other way around. And Matt is the platinum, is the approved learning partner at platinum level. So that speaks to the caliber of tutors that they bring in. However, We also have some other tutors in the room. Basewood is one of them, for those who are looking for alternative learning. And there is also the study hub for some papers, as well as online tuition providers. It's been a long day, and I would like to close before it's 3 o'clock. We are so ashamed of ourselves. However, it was value, and that's what the summit is about. We connect and we give you as much as we can in that one day. Retention cycle, meaning time for you to pay your subscription, is on, the students. Don't let your subscriptions fail you, because we shall be striking off students who haven't paid subscriptions in early May, week 1 of May. So kindly make sure you pay your subs by then, because when you get off the register, you are required to pay re-registration fee. Re-registration right now is £36, and annual subscription is £137, meaning it will take you another year to be charged subscription. I hope that is clear. If you have any queries, you think you're not supposed to be paying now because you registered last year and then you have an invoice, kindly ask my colleagues at the back. For those sitting exams, it is now mandatory for you to carry an original ID, original valid ID being driving license, national ID, or passport. Don't go with photocopies. These days, they frustrate you because it's a key requirement. I was reminded to tell you that. But with all that has been said, for those who haven't yet registered, please don't leave without getting direct contact for us to be able to journey you to the next. And to the rest, do not be shy. Engage with us, because that is the purpose. The office exists to support you on your progression and any other things. Otherwise, I would like to agree with me that today was of value. Anyone who thinks it was a waste of time, please raise your hand so that we get feedback before we leave. Wonderful. We are all in agreement. So as you walk out, you'll be getting coupons for lunch. It's at the restaurant, or we shall be guided by the hotel staff. And to those online, I would like to appreciate you for hanging out with us. You can excuse yourself and have your Friday brunch, whatever it is. For those fasting, we have nothing to do for you. See you later. And do you want a picture? You seem to be saying something. The group picture. Okay, as you walk out, our photographer would like to have a wonderful picture. I don't know if hungry faces will look good, but that is what we would like to have, so that we can make our socials as well engaged. Have a good afternoon and happy Friday or happy weekend. Thank you so much for coming. The one who came first today, you show up so that we give you something. If you're sure you're the one who came first.
Thank you, madam. I was asking about, I saw people taking us pictures. How will we access them?
I can tell that the sales activity was, it was worthwhile. What happens is we shall have a link where all those pictures are uploaded. And when we send the link for presentations and the recordings, that link of pictures will be there. I think because you asked a question, you even have an individual, so you're right to ask for the pictures. So yes, the pictures are going to be shared via link for you to choose what you want to use. But be professional enough not to post people who don't want to be posted. Yeah, because you might cause trouble for others. So pick out what is yours or the group within which you are in the picture. I hope that is clear. So look out for the emails that are coming after this session. Have a good afternoon. Bye-bye.